All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. Roll call, Amanda Buchanan, I'm here. Maria Akpara,
I'm here.
Anita Tucker,
Present.
Rick Raleigh, absent, and Renee Longshore, here. All right. If you guys could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Maria, do you want to lead us?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, so we have changed a few things around tonight. So we are going to go to our student representatives. And first up will be Rio Vista School of Applied Learning with Taylin Godfrey, Rosalind Lozoya Calix, Sophia Ojeda, Harper Mariano, Ella Anderson, and Aurora Solis.
Good evening and thank you for having us. Tonight we are excited to share a taste of Rio where we are cooking up culture, connection, and community across our campus. At Rio Vista, you'll feel the energy, diversity, and importance of coming together. These are the same values we see in our students, clubs, and activities. A taste of Rio is brought to you tonight by our chefs, our ASB officers, Rosie, our Vice President, Sophia O, our Secretary, Harper, our Pride Commissioner, Aurora, our Reading Commissioner, and Ella, our Spirit Commissioner, and me, your ASB President, Taylin. Together, we'll be sharing how our clubs and events at Rio Vista help create a welcoming, engaging school experience for our students. So sit back, relax, and watch us cook.
Next up is what's on the menu. Take a quick glance at everything Rio Vista brings to our school community. First, we'll share an overview of ASB and how we support student leadership across our campus. Next, we'll highlight our ELAB programs where many of our clubs take place after school. Who doesn't love a little show and tell? We are excited to spotlight a few of our most popular clubs and activities, sharing our Day of Awesomeness, family nights, and what's next on the menu at Rio. Each part of our menu is designed to build culture, connection, and community.
Now I'm going to share about ASB at Rio. ASB is all about leadership, service, school spirit, and student voice. As student leaders, we help plan events, support our school community, and make sure students feel included and heard. Service is important to us, whether that's through kindness activities, helping at events, or supporting school-wide programs. We also work hard to build school spirit by creating fun experiences that bring students together. Most importantly, ASB gives students a voice. We listen to ideas, share feedback, and help turn those ideas into action. Some of our chef specials include spirit days, assemblies, family events, and student-led activities.
Let's talk about our tasty side dishes that make a difference. Our ELOT programs give students hands-on learning opportunities that go beyond the regular school day. These programs encourage creativity, teamwork, and student choice, so students can explore what they're interested in and try something new. Now we're serving our tasty menu, just a few examples of our ELOT clubs. Trail Mix Adventures gives students the chance to explore the outdoors and stay active. Flavor Labs allows students to experiment, create, and learn hands-on activities. Made-to-order creations is where students design and create using tools like 3D printing. And Brain Bites supports students by giving them time and help to complete homework and build academic skills. These side dishes may seem small, but they make a big difference for our students.
Have an adventurous appetite? This hiking club is for you. This club gives students the opportunity to explore the outdoors, stay active, and work together as a team. Students love being outside, trying new trails, and spending time with friends in a positive environment. Trail Mix Adventures has been a great way to promote wellness, teamwork, and confidence for our students. Interested in building on your baking skills? Our flavors are coming together through our Cooking and Baking Club. This is one of our most popular ELOP programs because students get hands-on experience while learning real-life skills. Students practice following directions, working as a team, and building independence, and they're always excited to see what they create. Flavor Lab is a student favorite and a great example of learning that's both fun and meaningful.
Supporting students beyond the classroom is our LEAP program. LEAP provides students with a supportive space to grow academically and socially during extended learning time. It helps students build confidence, stay engaged, and feel successful beyond the regular school day. Programs like LEAP show how ELAP supports the whole child, not just academics.
More the made-to-order kind of person? Then take a look at our unique 3D printing club. Here, students design and create 3D printed items with a purpose, not just for fun. Students work together to plan, design, and print items that support school events, clubs, and activities. These projects help build responsibility, teamwork, and pride because students know their work is being used and appreciated. Made-to-order creation allows students to bring their ideas to life and turn it into something real that benefits our school community.
Our campus is seasoned with spirit. It is one of the most important ingredients in our school culture, and these pictures show just a few of the spirit weeks we've had this year. We've celebrated Red Ribbon Week, Cancer Awareness Week, Thankful Week, Christmas Week, and Kindness Week. Each one of these weeks gives students a fun way to participate while also learning about important topics like healthy choices, gratitude, giving back, and caring for others. Spirit Days are a great way for students to feel connected, get excited about coming to school, and take pride in their community. These events may seem simple, but they make a big impact on school climate and school and student engagement.
One of our goals this year was to create more opportunities for families to come together on campus. We've hosted several family nights, including Math Night, Cooks with Santa, Booster Movie Night, STEM Night, and our Fall Festival. These events give families a chance to connect with teachers, staff, and each other in a fun and welcoming environment. Family nights also support learning by making activities like math, literacy, art, and STEM engaging for students and their families. Serving our community and family style helps strengthen relationships and builds a sense of belonging across our school.
Here's a taste of our Step It Up fundraiser. This year was our first time partnering with the Step It Up company, and it was a great success. Together, our school community raised a little over $34,000 for our school. These funds are being used to support grade level events and field trips, helping create meaningful experiences for all students. We're proud of the effort from our students, families, and staff, and grateful for the support that made this fundraiser possible.
This slide shows our Day of Awesomeness, which was part of our Step It Up fundraiser package. The Step It Up company came and helped us throw a day full of fun and excitement for our students. Gold Star winners got to spin the wheel and earn money, and one lucky student even won a 4-pack to Knott's Berry Farm. As you can see from the pictures, the students had a blast and really enjoyed celebrating all their hard work from the fundraiser. Events like this are a great way to reward student effort and bring our school community together.
Our final highlight from our Step It Up fundraiser is the reward for our top fundraiser earner. This student got to be principal for the day, and she even got to choose her very own assistant principal to help her lead the school. It was such a fun experience for the students, and it gave them a chance to take on leadership roles while celebrating all their hard work. Moments like this show how our fundraisers not only support the school financially, but also create memorable experiences for students that inspire leadership and school spirit.
Back it up! 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time.
Before we look ahead, we want to give a special thank you to our board member, Ms. Akpara, for attending events on our campus this year. She has shown so much support for our students. She even danced with them at the Day of Awesomeness. To show our appreciation, we would like to present her with a 3D printed orange dragon made by our students as a small token of thanks. Thank you, Ms. Akbar, for helping make our school community such a fun, supportive, and engaging place.
Now we're excited to share what's next on the menu at Rio. We have so many upcoming programs and events that give students the chance to explore, create, and have fun. Some of the flavors coming soon include Soundbite, our student-led podcast club, Handmade Delights, our ceramics and creative arts club, Steamed Sides, Dash Robotics, Cosmic Desserts. We will have planetarium experiences for astronomy lovers, a palette of flavors for art exploration, art night, Fueled to Finish, and the Rio races, kitchen chemistry or cooking up experiments for our STEAM fair, and a dash of color and the Rio Vista color run. These activities give students exciting ways to continue learning, trying new things, and enjoying their time at Rio.
As we wrap up, we want to leave you with a little something from our to-go box. Thank you for taking the time to see all the amazing things happening at Rio. We hope you enjoyed getting a taste of our clubs, programs, and school spirit. To show our appreciation, each of you will receive a 3D printed gift made by our students. We invite you to come visit our campus, see students in action, and maybe even join our Pride for the Day. There's always something exciting happening, and we love sharing our energy and community with everyone who comes to Rio.
We're proud of what our students are accomplishing here, and we're grateful for the support from our board, staff, and community that makes all this possible. A special thank you again to Ms. Akpara for your special visits. We love sharing our space with all who want to come experience just how special Rio Vista is for themselves. We hope you enjoyed a taste of Rio. On behalf of our ASB officers, we appreciate your time, encouragement, and partnership in helping the students at our school and others across the district succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, next up we have High Desert Premier Academy, Angelica Torres Chavez, and Jaden Olagi.
Hi, everyone. Long time no see. Good evening, President Buchanan, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, Apple Valley Unified staff, and our educational partners. We missed you last month, and we're happy to see everyone. There's a lot to brag about.
Esports is in the middle of their spring competition. Our Marvel Rivals team is doing pretty well and are in the middle of their competition as we speak. Go HDPA.
We had graduation pictures from January 27th to the 29th. Every senior got the chance to take their portraits, including myself and Jay. It was a very sentimental experience that captured all the hard work, memories, and growth we've shared together. And the quality, it was good. It was amazing.
In November, students took the YouTube survey. We received the results back, and it showed the students feel safer and respected. We had a huge increase in students feeling safer from violence at HDPA. Because of this, we can say HDPA is a unique school to attend where students feel comfortable and supported. That kind of environment really makes a difference of how students show up and learn and grow every day.
Last month, we participated in a middle school social emotional learning presentation titled Acts of Kindness, designed to promote empathy, respect, and positive peer relationships. During the presentation, students were able to define kindness and what it looks like in everyday situations. They discussed why it can sometimes be challenging and how acts of kindness will help to make a safe and supportive school environment. During this discussion and activities, students could reflect on their own behaviors and learn different strategies to show kindness towards peers, staff, and themselves.
During February, we were able to celebrate our counselors for During February, we were able to celebrate our counselors for Counselor Appreciation Week. Thank you to Ms. Torres, a wonderful, bright person who never seems to be in a bad mood and always tries her best to help the students of HDPA. And thank you to Ms. Huckabee. You are always there for the students, and you take the time to listen and support everyone through both school and personal challenges. On a personal note, if it wasn't for you two motivating us and pushing us to graduate, I don't think we'd be here today. If you didn't just give us advice, you gave us the reason to keep going, and we want to thank you for that.
Monday was our field trip to the Museum of Tolerance. We were able to explore how one of the worst chapters in human history began. Students thought it improved their knowledge about how the Holocaust happened and the importance of never being a bystander when we see racism.
We want to say a thank you to the Family Center, Miss Aurora, and her team. Last week, they set up a prom pop-up boutique during the lunch where students were able to look at formal clothes and shoes to pick out for prom. This was a great opportunity for our students.
I personally want to give a big thank you to our amazing custodians. Cleaning may not always look like much, but it can make the biggest difference in our focus and learning. They work hard every day to keep our campus safe, clean, and welcoming, and their efforts often go unnoticed. We appreciate everything they do behind the scenes to make our school a better place for everyone, even if we don't tell them every day.
That is all for this month. Thank you for all your continued support and making sure our voices matter.
Thank you both. Granite Hills High School, we've got Jillian or Jilly Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and attendees. My name is Jilly Rodriguez, and I'm the GC president for Granite Hills High School, and I am excited to give you this month and last month's update on Cougar Pride. Despite February being the shortest month, it somehow seemed to have the most activities, from field trips to CTE competitions, pep rallies to dances, and practices to CIF championships, and there was no shortage of things going on for our Cougars. And the weeks leading up to spring break are just as busy, which I see as a school's way of reminding us that we earned that break. Last month, our avid sophomores headed down to CSUSB and University of Redlands for college tours, where they found out how paying for parking is really annoying. Granite Hills High School hosted a curriculum visit from RIMS Avid on Wednesday, February 18th, and received valuable feedback as we continue on our path to become an Avid demonstration school, and we welcomed our incoming ninth graders to Avid with our Avid Forum, Neon Monsters Inc. event on Wednesday, February 25th. Students got to play games, meet our Avid students and staff, and fill out their applications to join Avid next year. It was a lot of fun, and there was a huge success. Our CTE programs are not only competed in Skills USA regional competitions, but showed in our local MDCP competitions as well. Last month, 12 of our medical students competed in a local high desert medical competition and took first place in the team division. Our CTE student representatives from both Apple Valley High School and Granite Hills High School presented to the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce, highlighting all of our amazing career technical paths, leaving business owners and community leaders very impressed. And we even had 4 students from our SCADA pathway selected for a paid internship this summer with our industry partner, General Atomics. Thank you. This is an exciting opportunity for those students, and we're very proud. We're also proud to announce that 39 students had qualified to attend Skills USA State Conference in April. Those students demonstrated not only technical excellence, but also resilience, teamwork, and professionalism throughout competition. A big thank you to those teachers who prepared and supported them. Next week, we host incoming 9th grade students for our campuses to tour their future home. Students will see our CTE and elective programs, experiencing a Cougars pep rally, club rush, games, swag, and pick their classes. We cap off the week and head into spring break with our most favorite and special event of the year, hosting AVUSD Field Day as a Special Olympics Unified Champions School. It is our honor and privilege to host this event that brings together 246 students with special needs from our mod/severe programs ranging from preschool to adult, and over 200 Granite Hills High School student volunteers for a day of games, sports, smiles, and lots of pizza. This year, our Community Cougar Coffee Granite's ATP class, business run by students and teacher Miss Sabrina, will be brewing coffee and selling treats. We hope to see you there. Today, students met with the superintendent and school administration and staff for Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. I was there. And many important topics were discussed. We're excited to help make Granite Hills High School a greater place to be, where students' voices are heard and the snacks are always appreciated. We also had our winter formal. The decorations were super cute. Many events coming up. Powder Puff, Senior Sunset, Freshman Orientation, and so many more. ASB is really busy and packed with lots of events coming up, so make sure to be there and stay tuned. We're proud of all of our athletic teams and their accomplishments this season. Girls water polo is appreciative of everyone's support to make this season a success, and we look forward to bringing back a strong team next year. Wrestling had a successful season and sent athletes to the Masters tournament for the first time since 2010, which probably takes a lot of practice, determination, and ice packs. Girls soccer won their 8th consecutive league title, dominating their competition with only one team scoring a single goal against us. They made it to the quarterfinal round of CIF playoffs with an exciting game that was decided by penalty kicks, and our Lady Cougars fell short 9-8. Boys soccer continues its historic run. After winning back-to-back league championships, our boys soccer team advanced to the CIF championship game for the first time in school history. Parents, students, teachers, staff, me, superintendents, and board president all made the journey down to Irvine to watch our team play, and although we didn't win, we were invited to play in the state championship tournament and won our first round game Tuesday night and host Santa Ana Valley in the regional semifinals tonight. We hope to share the good news of a state title next month. In spring sports, our baseball and softball teams have started their season and are excited to begin playing league. Track and field have a huge turnout of athletes this year and are looking forward to fast times and changes at school records. Golf is teeing up for another successful season, and tennis is heating up to the court to start their matches. As always, thank you for your continued support of our Granite Hills High School and our students. Since I didn't get to share last month, I'd like to leave you with this story in honor of this past month recognition of Black History Month. Mick McLeod, I don't know how to say the last name, is a powerful example of Black excellence in education. In 1904, she opened a school for Black girls in Daytona, Florida, with just 5 students, $1.50, and a bold belief that education could change lives. When the school lacked supplies, she had her students made desks from wood crates and used scraps of paper to learn. She just never lowered her expectations. She understood that opportunity begins with access to education, and her small school eventually grew into what is now the Bethune-Cookman University. Her story reminds us that excellence is not defined by the resources we have, but by the vision we hold and the commitment we make to every student succeed. Maroon and gray lead the way.
Thank you. Apple Valley High School, Olivia Nutter.
Hello and good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Buchanan, members of the board, and attendees. My name is Olivia Nutter, and I'm the junior class president at Apple Valley High School. It is my pleasure to be here sharing updates from our campus and filling in for Effie. Our Sun Devils have been busy, accomplished, and proud to show up. February and March have been full of celebrations, achievements, and unforgettable memories, so let's jump right into our Sun Devil news. Winter sports ended, and we're excited to dive into spring sports. We're incredibly proud of everything our athletes have accomplished this school year. Shifting to school events, our winter formal, Enchanted Night, truly lived up to its name. The night was filled with elegance, energy, and unforgettable memories, and it was so wonderful to see students come together to celebrate such a special event. Mr. Sun Devil is tomorrow night. This year's theme, Devils on Fire. If you don't know, Mr. Sun Devil is our annual tradition where senior boys compete in a pageant-style competition featuring 3 rounds: the escort dance, the swimsuit competition, and of course, the talent act. A huge shout out to Apple Valley Fire Department for allowing us to film our highlight video at their station. Another shout out to our incredibly talented camp program for taking photos, making the highlight video, and having fun with us. While I can't give too much away about any of the performances, let's just say the school mascot might be making a very dramatic appearance. Tickets are sold for $5 at the door, and we would love to see all of you there. We also held our annual senior meeting last month. Seniors received important updates, including the announcement that grad night will be held at Six Flags, and the prom location was revealed at the Edwards Mansion in Redlands. The prom theme will be announced soon, although based on the excitement, let's just say it might involve a little sparkle, romance, and possibly some Twilight energy. ASB has also launched a brand new TikTok series, Campus Catch-Up, created by our senior ASB members. So far, we've heard from teachers like Miss C and Miss Justness, who are giving students a fun new way to connect with teachers beyond the classroom. I'd also like to highlight the incredible success of our Skills USA students this year. At regional competitions, Apple Valley High School students earned 39 gold, 39 silver, and 15 bronze medals across a wide range of career technical competitions. Because of those outstanding performances, 155 AVHS students have qualified to advance to the Skills USA state competition, which will take place on April 9th through the 12th in Ontario, California. We are incredibly proud of the dedication and talent these students continue to demonstrate. Our FFA program is also preparing for the California State FFA Leadership Conference, happening April 16th through the 19th in Ontario. 30 AVHS students will represent our school, competing in events and continuing to develop their leadership skills. In our animal science program, we're excited to share that our greenhouse has recently been remodeled using CTE IG grant funds. This renovation has created an updated hands-on learning environment where students can build valuable skills in plant science and agricultural systems that support our animal science pathway. Tomorrow, our students will compete in 4 MDCP competitions at Victor Valley College, including automotive, construction, welding, and photography. Next week, students will also participate in the digital design competition, a real-world branding design challenge. Finally, in our construction pathway, students are currently preparing for the SoCal CIEF build competition. This year's project is a doghouse and a shed structure that will ultimately be donated to the Town of Apple Valley Animal Shelter. Students have been working incredibly hard and will also participate in a one-day build competition this Saturday in Bakersfield as part of their preparation. As you can see, our CTE students continue to represent Apple Valley High School with talent, dedication, and commitment to real-world learning. Our senior class had a Valentine's Day photo booth on campus on February 13th. Students and staff could have their pictures taken individually or in a group, and it was so much fun. We had our Buff and Tough boys volleyball game take place on February 26th. Our junior boys faced our senior boys, and the seniors came out with a win. We're now planning to have the winning team go up against a group of teachers or staff for more fun. Last night we held our annual Future Freshman Night, and it was a huge success. Incoming freshmen got to hear from our ASB president, Effie, and Mr. Goodrow. Then the future freshies and their families had some time to explore elective and sports options for next school year. Looking forward, we are very excited to have the future freshmen on campus next week for tours of AVHS. ASB is planning a lot of fun activities, and our amazing print production program has swag bags ready for them to start off the year. Incoming freshmen will get to choose their classes next week while on campus, and we can't wait to meet them. Thank you for all your continued support of our students and programs. It is an honor to represent Apple Valley High School and share the incredible things happening on our campus. Thank you for your time, and remember, Sun Devil pride is contagious.
Thank you. At this time, board members and the superintendent are welcome to thank student representatives for their presentations this evening. So we will start with Renee Longshore.
Yes, good evening. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to our students who stepped up to be leaders tonight and speak to us. I know we always enjoy hearing of the wonderful things that are going on at your schools. And I know that, at least for moving forward with thinking about like activities and that sort of thing, thank you just for posting all those activities online on our calendars, all the people that put the work into that, the people that reach out to us and tell us about those events going on. I know that I love visiting school sites. I know fellow board members all love visiting our school sites because you guys are the reason we do the job that we do. So thank you for that. I want to recognize Rio Vista ladies. Well done. A team of women stepping up for women's leadership and history month. This is amazing just to watch you and your confidence, and such a cute theme. So well developed. So good job. HDPA. I love the tag team. That was awesome. You guys complement each other so well. I still remember my senior pictures, so that's something you'll remember always. The Museum of Tolerance has to be my favorite memory. So were you guys able to go on it? Okay, yeah. It's just amazing. And the acts of kindness, I think, is probably the best idea ever. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Jilly, at Granite Hills High School, well done, girl. And you had your own cheering team. That was amazing. So yay for the cheering team too. I loved hearing all the things you guys have done these last 2 months. Your CTE competitions, the internship with General Atomics. What a wonderful opportunity for our students at Granite Hills High School. I personally am looking forward to your field day. I was there last year and I'm looking forward to it again. And a big congrats to both of our soccer teams there. I mean, phenomenal, both taking league like that. All right, and last but certainly not least, our Apple Valley High School brave person Olivia stepping in for Effie. I'm guessing he's preparing for his debut tomorrow night. Awesome. I'm looking forward to going and catching that for the first time. It'll be my first time seeing that. I wish you the best. I don't know if you're going to prom, but all the seniors at Apple Valley High School who are going to prom, Edwards Mansion is amazing. So have a good time. CTE regional competitions, 39 gold, impressive, 39 silver and 15 bronze. Well done. I look forward to seeing both Granite Hills and Apple at state, April 9th through 12th. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anita Tucker.
Okay, I want to thank you all. Rio Vista, I was really excited when I saw the aprons and I was thinking, oh, food. But this was better and less calories. You all did an amazing job. I'm excited to go back to Rio Vista and see some of these amazing things. So thank you, and thank you, staff. High Desert, great job on your presentation. I know that Ms. Longshore had good experience with senior pictures. Mine are really ugly. You can probably still see them in the old yearbooks, but I'm glad that they were good for you. Good job. Granite, excellent job as always. I too love the cheering team. I think that's maybe a little competition now for cheering on that. Congratulations to the sports team, especially the soccer team. I'm so excited for tonight. I'm like just waiting to hear that we crushed it again. So good job for that. Apple, I can't wait for Mr. Sun Devil. And I've been to Mr. Scorpion, I've been to Mr. Cougar, I've been to Mr. Jackrabbit, and so they didn't have Mr. Sun Devil when I went to school at Apple. So I'm excited to see that. Congratulations on everything that you've done with CTE. I've toured some of the programs. They're amazing. Great job. Thank you all.
Thank you. Maria Akpara?
Thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to hear the students speak because this is exactly why we are here, to service each one of you. So it's always my biggest joy just to hear you. But I wouldn't get this done if I didn't thank those who stood to speak to us. It is not an easy thing to stand up and speak to adults. So I give you, if I have a hat, I would take off my hat for each one of you because you've done such a marvelous job of showcasing your schools, showcasing the things that you are doing at your school. But I'm going to start with Rio Vista. I had no idea that I was going to be on blast. When I go to any school, I just want to be one of you. I just want to enjoy what you're doing. I just want to do the little things that you're doing. I don't mind painting. I don't mind getting the paint on me. That's the joy of it because I'm all in as an educator. So I don't think of myself anything different. So when I came to your school, I had a fabulous time. I have to say it was probably the best time. And I came twice, back to back. Because I had no idea that when I make my little thing, whatever the thing we made, that I had to come back the next day to finish the job. I thought I was going to take it home, and I've kept it. It's still at my house to this day. So on the menu, I really enjoyed coming to your school and enjoying the programs that you had, and I even came to your field day. To see what was happening outside, outdoors, to see the kids being kids, and to enjoy every moment of it. Then Hyde as a Premier. I've always enjoyed coming to Hyde as a Premier because many of the teachers who were there, who are still there, were teachers that worked when I was a principal. So I still stop in to say hello to those teachers and to feel at home. It just feels like I'm at home. And it's really hard to get out of that school when I arrive because it's like home. That was my school. So I always stop by just to say hello. What you shared about your school it's not a school. When I think about it, it's really not a school. It's a home. It's a place where you have come to know your students personally. And you have come to love them like yours. So it doesn't feel like school whenever I arrive on that campus. That's why I always schedule you last, or I schedule you with nobody coming behind, because I'm never in a hurry to get out. And then, of course, Granite Hills. What can I say? Granite Hills is one of those schools that I remember when it was built. And I remember my peers that went off to Granite Hills. So I have a different feel for Granite Hills. It is home because that's where my life, half of my life went over there when they separated and Granite was built. And I absolutely love all of what you do at Granite Hills. And sometimes I'm not able to come out, but my heart is always there. So I really love everything that you put out, especially Field Day that is coming. I cannot wait to be at Field Day. There was a year we had Field Day and it was really cold. And I thought, oh my goodness, we can't play. I come out there to play. I don't come out there to be a board member, I come to play. So I'm hoping that the weather will be good this year so that we can all enjoy the play. And of course, when we think of Apple Valley High School, the Sun Devils, my children all went to the Sun Devils, and they were Sun Devils when they were at school, so they didn't change their mascot. And it is particularly interesting that the two gifts that I got represented my history. And I'm not sure that anybody even knew that. This is my Sun Devil, because this is the history of all of my children. All 5 of them went to Sun Devil, so I was really shocked that this came in as that color. And this is the color of Apple Valley Junior High and Apple Valley Middle School. And this is where I got all my training as an educator. I was a teacher here, and I was also an assistant principal. So I have had the joy of enjoying these 2 colors. And I thank you all for giving this to me because it brings back my history. I cannot wait for the boys soccer team to return. The winning is not the issue, it's the heart that they brought to the game. So if they win or lose, they are still our children, and I am so, so proud of them. So I cannot wait when they come back. Please let them know that this board is extremely proud of them to have gone out and played their heart out. And in terms of the Skills USA, I cannot wait too, because I love to go to those things. If I don't have a prior engagement, I like to go out to enjoy the skills that the students bring into the game, because this is really a good thing. When you finish and you become professionals down the road, we can say to ourselves, that's one of our kids. So before I mute my mic, I want to congratulate each and every one of the students for the great work that you continue to do and the fact that you continue to make us proud. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to echo everyone else up here's comments. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I'm so sorry we had to reschedule last month. That was definitely probably the biggest bummer of the meeting, was not seeing you guys' smiling faces. Rio, like everyone has said, that was such a creative presentation. Like, that was way to execute a plan and follow it through. That was great. And the Step It Up fundraiser sounds like it not only did it raise a lot of money, but the Day of Awesomeness looked like it was a lot of fun. And as far as the Museum of Tolerance, you guys definitely need to get there. But I think I was a senior in college when I first had the chance to go. So it's well worth it. And there's a lot of museums down there too, so you can hit those as well. I'm a bit of a museum nerd. Granite, I was so glad to be able to make it down for the championship game for boys soccer. That, as a keeper mom, like he played so hard. In fact, actually, Mr. Powell, do you happen to have a score right now yet? We do. Yes. All right. Awesome. Love it. I feel like there was one other thing. Oh, I was going to say, Jilly, please let girls soccer know. So I am a keeper mom. PKs are the worst. Like, every time they have to do the penalty kick, I'm like, oh no. And I felt like I was, well, at least I know that was for the girls is how it ended. But like, even with the boys, there was a couple, and that just, I cringe every time. I'm like, not built for that as a soccer mom. And then Apple Valley High School, I'm definitely looking forward to Mr. Sun Devil. I know it got, I think was it canceled last year? Was that last year? Okay, I was gonna say it kind of like blurs together after a while, but I've been seeing all of the promos on Insta, and they look fantastic. Definitely grateful to our fire department for partnering. But yeah, I can't wait. So I will be there tomorrow, and I think that's it for me. So I will turn it over to Superintendent Nelson.
Rio Vista. The theme knocked it out of the park. I think it's going to be hard for people to challenge that in the future. I really did love the beginning where you talked about culture, community, and connectedness as chefs. And I know that happens on your campus. When I visit, that's always going on. So keep doing the presentations, showing up in an apron to do the presentation just tied it all back together. And your smiles and your poise as elementary students getting up at the podium is something to be noted because it's very difficult to do that. So excellent job. I appreciate all the information about the great things going on at Rio Vista. So keep doing it. A few of you are student advisors, and so I love seeing you here too. Esports at High Desert Premier Academy. What a neat thing that you guys got to be part of over the last few years and letting it grow. And it's a wonderful way for students to compete in a place that they may feel comfortable when they might not be in sports or other things. So I know that those are big. Kids get college scholarships doing esports sometimes, and so look forward to hearing about it. The acts of kindness. We have talked about this in every student advisory. It doesn't matter which school we're at, it keeps coming up. And we talk about the fact that kindness is something that doesn't cost anything. People can take people out at the knees if they choose to, but they don't need to, right? And so every chance we have to be kind matters. You never know what the other person is going through or what maybe they're experiencing, and maybe a single act of kindness shifts them. So I want to continue to encourage that. I will share later about a little girl at Sitting Bull that I experienced last week that was an act of kindness, and I feel like I need to make her famous because she just did something that was incredible. So later in the board meeting, I will share about that. I also would love, I love the fact that you pointed out your school and the Youth Truth Survey information. The fact that you have one of the highest outcomes in feeling safe, having a safe environment is something to be noted. So the work that's going on there and the student advisors and the work that you provide back to Ms. Garcia and the rest of the staff needs to continue. Ms. Gilly. We got to spend time together today in student advisory, and you did have a cheering section, even though you were worried a little bit about not having a whole group here today. You got the group. We are so proud of the accomplishments at Granite Hills High School. The fact that soccer has been mentioned. Ms. Buchanan stole my thunder because Mr. Powell kept texting me and it was like 1 up. Now we're 2 up. Now we're 2-1, but it's all good. I knew that we were hoping to get there, and all of us would much rather be at the stadium watching the kids play than here. We know we have to do this part for business, but we're going to get you out of here so that Mr. Powell can get over there, and if that's where you're headed to cheer, we want you to do so. Olivia, thanks for being here to represent. Effie caught me earlier this week and said he would not be here, but we were in good hands because you would be representing. The things that are being accomplished at all the schools having to do with CTE is just amazing. We will have a huge representation down at Skills USA, not just high school, but our middle grades are coming this year, and we've got some students competing. So they'll be building upon those skills as they head out to your campuses, and the fact that you're starting your tours for your future Cougars and Sun Devils is wonderful. So keep going, because it seems crazy that we're in March and just a few more months of this particular school year, and then a few of you will be finding other things that you'll be heading towards, and that makes us always sad because we spend time with you, and then we know you'll be a senior moving up. So thank you. Thanks for all the work. And thanks for the parents and the teachers that are here, their administrators supporting them. When I asked, they don't get here without you. I think they could get at the podium and speak without you, but they need that encouragement and support. And I know today I figured Mr. Powell would be over at the stadium, and he goes, "No, Jilly's speaking. I'm going to be there when she's speaking." So you maybe didn't know that, but that's what I was told. So he's here instead of there, and we'll be going up there next. So thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and dismiss the students and their families. So you guys are all welcome to, and Mr. Powell, if you'd like. I'll be honest, I was over there right before the meeting, and I was like driving, and I'm like trying to look and see the scoreboard, and I couldn't, but they don't, We're going to wait just like a minute or so. All right. Kylie, do we have any public comments pertaining to the closed session agenda?
We do. We have 4 tonight.
Okay. As provided on our public comment cards, speakers are requested to limit comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. If more than one person wishes to speak on the same topic, subsequent speakers should limit their remarks to new information only. Public comments shall be limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per item. So first up, we have Deanna Klima.
Since 2001. I was here almost 3 years ago, speaking pretty much on the same topic, but this time it affects teachers who basically were non-reelected because of it. So good evening, members of the board, superintendent. I stand before you today mentally exhausted. I'm exhausted because I'm watching a system where from the classroom to the administrative offices, it feels like the bullies are winning. We're living in an environment where consequences have ceased to exist for perpetrators, while the victims are the ones forced to bear the burden of doing better. In our classrooms, teachers are struggling to manage professionals who are openly insubordinate. We have paraprofessionals who refuse to follow directions, talk over the teacher, threaten them by telling them they're going to get them fired or they're going to have their job. They stay on their phones instead of engaging with students. And those are in classrooms with mod severe students. And these are paras who are, and this is not every para, obviously. We have excellent paras. We have a lot of excellent paras. And unfortunately, the ones who are not there for the children are the ones who are making everybody look bad. After teachers speak with these paras, they then file a complaint. And because the teacher asked the para to do basically what was expected of them. In response to the complaints, admin meets with the teachers, and I've been in a couple of these meetings, and they're told to work on the relationships and set the expectations. Admin doesn't always want to hear about what's actually happening in the classroom because they keep repeating themselves and saying you need to work on the relationship and you need to set the expectations for the routine. In the end, we've had 2 teachers let go because of too many complaints. That's my opinion of what happened. The other issue is when are we supposed to find time to build these relationships? Our contract hours are dedicated to the safety and education of our students. There is no magic hour before or after school to bond with a professional who is threatening our livelihood. We should be able to trust that a person hired for a classroom is there to work, not to be managed or babysat like a child by the teacher. And instead of addressing the root cause, these paraprofessionals are simply moved from one classroom to the next. We are setting our new teachers up for failure by handing them known issues and then gaslighting them with the same work on relationship script when the inevitable conflict arises. Worse, we are seeing a disturbing trend of staff video recording teachers and students in the classroom without their knowledge, without their, obviously, their, oh my gosh, thank you, permission. Oh. Parents have no idea about this, and sorry, these individuals are facing zero consequences. Basically, the culture of the victim must change. It extends to our students. We have students that are being bullied, and that they have been told that if they want to get away from the bully, they can choose to leave the school, leave the class, instead of the bully being chosen to move. So in conclusion, we're seeing a domestic violence dynamic play out in our workplace, an atmosphere where the victim is told that if they just acted differently, the abuse wouldn't happen. And that's basically it. I know I'm out of time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Richard Redfern. And Elena, you're on deck.
I'm here on behalf of Miss Hopkins from Phoenix Academy. I'm just a 9-to-5 father. I'm just a 9-to-5 father. I work 50, 60 hours a week. I mean, that lady basically nailed it on the head. I see a lot of, like I said, I work a lot. So the times that I've had came over to the school and picked my kids up, you see a lot of teachers just kind of not really doing what they need to be doing. And Miss Hopkins, my son Jaden was in her class first, and I saw an exponential change in his education because of her. She pushes him to the next level. My daughter is in her class now, and she loves her. I don't understand why you guys would let somebody like her go, or even why she's even here. You know, if I had a teacher like her growing up, I wouldn't be that guy at 50, 60 hour a week job. I'd be at home more with my kids. But I didn't have teachers like her growing up pushing and striding people, you know, pushing kids. My daughter's got kids in her class that could barely spell her name, barely add and subtract. It's sad. Really don't know what else to say. It's the educational system. It seems like it's failing more and more. Like I said, when I was a kid, if I had teachers like her pushing me further and stronger ahead, I would have probably did a lot better in school. I'd be working 50, 60 hours a week. The kids enjoy going to school, enjoy that school. As far as I've been told, the school's got one of the worst rankings in the district, it seems like. Nobody ever has anything good to say about Phoenix Academy. But then when you got good teachers like Miss Hopkins trying to change that, you know, it seems like other teachers don't want to. What I'm really trying to get at is I think that other teachers don't want to put in the work or the effort. Like the guy that goes to work kind of just skates by, you know, just get the paycheck. Bare minimum. You know, that whole No Child Left Behind, I think, was a huge mistake. Because now teachers don't feel like they have to push. They don't have to. You can go anyway. The next person's problem, you know? The next teacher's problem. And then when you're done with school and we gave you that cool little certificate, you go out.
30
the problem
seconds.
needed to be our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena Hopkins and Stephen Cobbs, you're on deck.
Sorry, I gotta take off my glasses. because with my age, I can't see with them. Right, good evening, board members. My name is Anna Hopkins, and I'm a teacher at Phoenix Academy. Just about a month ago, I was told I was non-reelected, and I was given an option to resign. I'm here to see if you'll give me a second chance. I'll start off last week when I received a text message from admin sharing a video. Thank you. A video from TikTok asking me if that's me. In the video, I watched a stitch video of my ex-colleague recording me and my students without her permission. The video shows the teacher talking about me and siding with my classroom management, and so did the other 1,300 people who responded. Then my admin sends me a second video of my ex-colleague saying the most horrendous and disgusting lies about me. It hurt me to the core. I called my admin right after, and we were both upset and appalled by the things she was saying. This ex-colleague quit back in September, over 5 months ago. I wholeheartedly believe these false accusations were told to admin and the district, which led to my non-reelect. I have gone to admin about this ex-colleague and the issues I was having with her. Not in all words, but I was told she was put in there so I could babysit her, an adult, on top of 25 plus students. Since then, I had sub after sub after sub. I never got a permanent pair. But yes, I do have high expectations in classroom management. That doesn't make me a mean teacher. I know I'm a good teacher, and I know I'm not perfect, but my students are well-behaved, independent, and very bright. I got so many compliments on my students and my teaching style from my colleagues all the time around campus. I think I'm missing a picture. I'm not sure what happened, but my students are aware of my departure, and they told me that they don't want me to leave, and they want to stay in kindergarten forever with me. My last year students come see me every morning before to go to class and give me gifts and drawings they made. I don't want to leave this school, especially this district. I don't want to leave them, and they especially don't want to leave me. I also have a few examples. I think that's what I missed in a page here, of some examples of when I was doing the progress reports last week, and I noticed a dramatic increase of students from not knowing one uppercase letter, lowercase letter sounds from low students. And I can show you examples of, like he's saying, I push my students. I know I have high expectations, and then they achieve it.
30 seconds.
They meet their goal every single time. I've had students reading at second grade, third grade level as well. My admin tells me that the first grade students from last year are the most respectful, bright, intelligent. They listen, they do their work, and they know how to read, write, and do math. But that's how I am. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Cobbs.
Down a little bit. Thanks for having me, Superintendent Nelson, the board, cabinet. I want to start tonight just saying thanks to Jeremiah and your team for sitting in a room with us for a little over 7 years, no, about a year, right? And working things. I wanted to encourage a yes vote tonight in order to get the benefits of the agreement that we have with AVUTA and AVUSD on the April paycheck. During our ratification meeting, we ended up getting a unanimous vote. And so we came together, we did what was best. I got asked a couple of questions and said all the stuff that's in it. Is this always a great deal? No. Is it a bad deal? No. Is it a good deal? Yes. I'm not going to be around that long, and so not everything in there pertains to me, but my role, leadership put me in a position to be able to say, let's do what's best for all, and that's what we pushed for. And so given that reading the reports tonight, it looks like, congratulations, we might have about 14.9 million of unexpected revenue found. That's a good thing. It shouldn't affect the processes that were already put into place prior to the agreement. And so again, I just want to encourage you. Leadership is tough, and it puts us in positions. I got up a long time ago and I said, I encourage us to do the right thing. I've tried to stand before you and do that honesty with integrity and not name calling and things like that. And so I've tried to be there. I'm going to end that tonight, hopefully with this agreement being passed, that I can keep that. But I say that because secondly, again, leadership calls us into tough places, and I would just like to encourage you as a board to withdraw the resolution 252609. We were encouraged to move on, and what I've heard from people, and I just wanted to represent that to you. This resolution will only feel like a biased attempt by the board to choose sides instead of supporting the whole. I've tried in this whole process that we were in to support the whole. And I want to encourage you for those two things tonight to do what's best for the whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we need to go into closed session to discuss the following. Number 1, pupil personnel, expulsion cases EXP number 14, 2526 through EXP number 16, 2526. Expulsion case STIP number 2, 2526 through expulsion case STIP number 4, 2526, and vacate expulsion EXP number 7, 2526. Item 2, conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.1A, current litigation, 6 cases, CVISB 2220303, 2412359, 2321161, CIVVS 2400289, 2505026, 2506329, Government Code Section 54954.5C and 54956.9D2, and E1, anticipated litigation, 2 cases, 2024-25-01, 2025-26-01, Government Code Section 54954.5D and 54956.95, anticipated litigation, 1 case, claimant Jones, Shadrach. Item 3, public employee, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 4, public employee, appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, A, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison. B, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, A, agency negotiator Kristen Dupree. B, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Item 7, conference with labor negotiator, A, agency negotiator Trinae Nelson. B, employee organization, unrepresented. 8, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54956.8. A, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. And item 9, security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. Second.
We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore? Aye. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye. So we will head into closed session at 6:10 p.m. 8:18 p.m. Roll call. Maria Akpara.
I'm here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
Rick Raleigh is absent. Renee Longshore.
Here.
And Amanda Buchanan. I am here. Anita, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hand over heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to pause in a moment of silence to remember retired AVUSD family member Christina Erickson. All right, thank you. Next will be recognition, outstanding representation of district core values, presented by Superintendent Nelson.
I'm going to start the recognition and then ask the board to join me, but let's get them. There's a little bit of a story here. Normally, I have something very written about the, can't hear? Normally, nope. Jason's working on it. There we go. Normally, I have an entire script that I read for the values. All I needed for this one were a few notes, and here's why. On a fateful day in November, I received a call from a parent that we were not going to have a water polo team at Granite Hills High School because we did not have a coach. 12 hours later, I was in Mr. Kalinich's office, Mr. Kalinich Jr., correct? So I'm going to have Steve come up for a minute. So, yeah, you can stand. Stephen Kalinich is the Dean of Students at Sitting Bull Academy. And why did I go to Stephen Kalinich? Because Stephen Kalinich is also an alumni in our district. He played water polo for us. And then he decided to become a teacher, and he coached water polo for us. And so if anybody could step in and support us for a short period of time, Stephen Kalinich was the man. What I didn't do is I didn't call Katie Ann, who was very pregnant and getting ready to have their first daughter. And Stephen says to me, I'll do it, Trinae, but I got to call Katie. Katie Ann needs to know. And I said, I know. And tell her I promise I'm going to try to get somebody to cover this before we get too close to delivery date. So before I even left Mr. Kalinich's office, he says to me, I have some ideas. I think there's some people. And he starts talking to me about this Coach Freddie, who I say, okay, how do we get a hold of this Coach Freddie? At this point, I don't know Coach Freddie is female. I just know Coach Freddie. And Mr. Kalinich says, I'll make a phone call. So I get back to the district office, and Mr. Harrison has gotten a phone call from Apple Valley High School's athletic director, Kristen Carpino, who says, or I'm sorry, I did that, didn't I? She was a Carpino. Kristen Seeley, who says, our swim coach is more than willing to come and help with water polo. Lo and behold, that's Kelsey Parsons, Coach Freddie. Come on up, Kelsey. So what I don't know is that Kelsey Parsons, Coach Freddie, was also Granite Hills alumni. So full circle. We're still under 24 hours
from the first call that I have received. And Mr. Kalinich and Coach Freddie commit to meeting the kids at Granite Hills High School in the library to say, we're going to take this on and we're going to have a water polo team. And those girls were thrilled. And so next steps in, longtime educator, Raymond Kalinich, who is a substitute in our system now, thank you, who coached water polo for 3 years, while young Kalinich was a water polo player. And then became a track and field coach for us at Granite Hills High School. And so the perfect person to come in and assist Coach Freddie, which meant young Kalinich could go home and actually be dad like he needed to be. Right, Katie Ann? Yeah. Okay. So I think that for the values in this district of dignity, community, authenticity, and service, there is no better group than to recognize these three. For the community, one, I think the community that has been built between the two campuses, because Coach Freddie stepped in, and at the very last water polo game that I was able to attend, I walk in and I see all of these Apple Valley High School kids that are on my advisory committee, and as I walk through, I'm like, you know you're at the wrong school. And they're like, yeah, but that's our coach. We're here to cheer him on. That doesn't happen without adults that encourage it. And so who else is there? Young Mr. Kalinich and the original Mr. Kalinich. I'm going to call you the OG. And so I just wanted to bring in and recognize these three for the work that they did to make these girls have a wonderful season. It's a strong team. It's a strong team. And I got to witness the very first overtime that they went into, and they still won, and it was amazing. And so they're ready to come back with a force next year. I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to start now, making sure that they're ready to go and they're ready to be supported. So if I can have the board join us, and we need to all cheer for them, I think, right? Sorry. I'm going to go down to the end. Yeah, do you want to in front of the podium? You're in the middle. We did have a second recognition to do tonight, but one person couldn't be here that is part of the team, and the other person was here but had to leave. So we're going to bump it to next month so that they can be present to be recognized.
All right, thank you. Board comments, Renee Longshore.
Good evening. I know we're running a little bit late, so thank you for being here. This past month, I've had the pleasure of participating in many community events. Granite Hills Theater did The Importance of Being Earnest, a wonderful evening of comedy. They did such a good job. I had the chance to observe fact-finding presentations for our certificated staff. cheered on the girls and boys basketball games at Sitting Bull and Phoenix Academy. Those are our intramurals. Loved it. Watched the AV Rotary speech and music competition for 5 students from Apple Valley High School and 3 from Granite Hills High School. The winner was from Granite Hills High School, and she's going on representing both categories, so congratulations to her. I went to Read Across America events at Vanguard Prep and Phoenix Academy. Really enjoyed joining Phoenix Academy for the first time this year. Read to some kinders and TK, which was always challenging. The little ones, I think of them like fluttery butterflies. They've got better things to do, but I really enjoyed my time with them too. Congratulations to our Granite Hills boys soccer. I had the chance to make it to their meet and just heard they won again, so that's phenomenal. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Not only their first time, but now advancing twice. So great job to them as they face the Aztecs, and then again, of course, tonight. And best of success to them as they move. When is their next game? Do we know? Saturday. And are they home or away? Okay, so it might be time for a road trip. It was such a joy for me to be part of all the wonderful activities going on around our district. Thank you to the students who worked so hard to develop the skills that I see demonstrated on the court, field, and stage. And to the coaches, teachers, and support staff that show up, providing a myriad of opportunities for these students to shine. A job well done. There are so many wonderful things about AVUSD, and so many things still yet to be. Isn't that just so? I know I've said it before, but it rings just as true tonight. After just over a year of sitting on this diocese, I have witnessed and experienced the effects of a broken system. This board was elected, tasked with providing direction and oversight for taxpayer funds. We are tasked with making decisions in the best interest of the children and our community. In order to fulfill our fiduciary responsibility, we must be informed and involved. As duly noted and confirmed by both the county and FCMAT reports, AVUSD finances are vague and out of control. This board has not been properly informed. Millions move around at whim as a narrative is carefully constructed to influence our vote. As I joined the board, we were building a stadium 1 month and offering early retirement to save cost the next. Although a stadium for Granite Hills High School is necessary and way overdue, how were we taking steps toward that, fully convinced it was a plausible reality, while also, according to the county, deficit spending $15 million? This was an administrative decision approved by the board. My fellow trustees, were you even aware before the first interim report? That's a problem. Willful ignorance has been embraced while this board has been set against each other, all to the detriment of our students, staff, and community. Both classified and certificated have shared many experiences that suggest a lack of proper support, alleged accusations of administrative mishandling or retaliation, and the last time we met, employees of AVUSD gave a decided vote of no confidence. How will we respond? By reaffirming our support of Superintendent Nelson while proposing a resolution against a single board member? Which board member? Surely we have evidence. Maybe it was a board member that did not insist superintendent move forward swiftly with a FCMAT audit, allowing us to deficit spend millions. Or the time a board member directly called me a bully and mentioned my child in public open session. Perhaps it was that time when a board member stole my personal property, my spreadsheets, handing it to a staff member, telling them to quote unquote, get rid of it. Or the one that spoke disparaging remarks to the community and continued to even after I called a point of order. Possibly it's referencing the board member responding with obvious facial expressions and audible scoffs repeatedly, right here in open session. A direct violation of our board bylaws and governance handbook? Or what about the 2 board members even proposing this public reprimand tucked neatly inside Resolution 252609? Because before we adopt it, we definitely need some clarification on this. It is our job to be accurate and informed, actively listen to the community, respond in ways that reflect and benefit them, not in defense of our very best friend or professional connection. Last month, our certificated staff issued a very decisive vote of no confidence. The people who instruct our students and guide them every day have spoken. 3 have sat as leadership on this dais following this administration, giving direction to pay contractors taking steps to build a stadium while hiring staff with temporary funds and spending down our limited reserves. Not because they understood the numbers, but because they were told to do so. Over 400 new staff positions were added in 4 years, with an increase of just 300 students. This was not corrected with the board-approved plan last month. Whatever is motivating us to turn a blind eye needs to be checked. I feel a false narrative has been perpetuated through reports. Money shifting between funds, unexplained. 1 month looking at the bare bones of our reserves after the classified AB 1200, and now in the second interim report, we are 3 years fully solvent. Why? Negotiations were grueling because we failed to do our job. Management classified were given a 9.5 to 10% ongoing raise respectively in both salary and benefits, while certificated staff was offered a total of 6.7 through the 25-26 school year. Following the lead of this administration, we offered 3% less to our teachers and counselors than the other bargaining units received. Let's be clear. The raise for all employees equals roughly $10 million in ongoing cost. Only $2.7 million of that increase is for teachers and counselors, all while we cut site support staff. RIFs and raises. Try as they may to connect them, these are separate issues. We are pink slipping because we overhired, utilizing temporary funds. These RIFs are not happening because we've had a significant drop in enrollment, not because we've lost federal dollars, not because we've given raises, but because we overhired. 400 positions roughly for an increase of 300 students. Let's be honest, we cannot keep doing this. It is only a matter of time before we have to face bigger storms. We are not prepared. I've offered facts and nothing more. If you don't like what they say, great, neither do I. Let's do something different. For those here, I have provided copies to your representative. Please see them for that copy. For those online, it is both on my Instagram, Longshore for School Board 2024, and Facebook, Longshore for AV School Board 2024 accounts. If you weren't able to get that, email me at my district email and I'll provide you that information. AVUSD does not have much in savings. I'll pass it down. We have managed to save only $53 million over the years. You heard me right. $10 million of that is a loan. So on your paper, you'll see $63 million, but roughly $10 million of that is a loan. Compare that to the roughly 230 to $244 million saved by each neighboring district. Knowing we've spent such a significant amount of money, shouldn't it show in student test scores? In teachers wanting to come to our district? In not having to issue RIFs? Or actually building a stadium for Granite Hills High School? Because roughly $176 million difference is nothing to scoff at. We need to know, where did this money go? The people are watching. They want to know if you can do this job, if you're willing to do this job. Because overseeing the education and care of our kids is a huge responsibility. We need people who are both able and willing to step up. learn basic accounting principles, and expect our staff to explain any shifting of funds in a way that makes sense. We have not listened to the input of our community. We have turned a blind eye to egregious manipulation of numbers to spin a narrative. We have voted to reduce essential site and classroom supports and are still deficit spending. Again, which board member are we publicly correcting? I asked questions and have been ignored, expected to wait months for clarification. Should lawyers be paid to come to after board members or answer staff-related questions? Or a board member denied clarity before a vote? This district is funded with taxpayer money. I ask the public, do you like the decisions that are being made here on your behalf? As board members, we are tasked with oversight, but the public elects its leaders. As it stands, this board, 3 strong, is closing its eyes, digging its heels, supporting and perpetuating a broken system, all in the service of whom? Do not be deceived. This is not the calm after, but the eye of a storm, a very decided point in time. May we find the strength to rise. Thank you.
Anita Tucker.
Good evening. I was really excited to hear that Granite Hills boys won today. So that and the students' comments earlier, probably the highlight of this meeting for me. I also was able to see Granite Hills High School Theater Department's excuse me, presentation of the importance of being earnest. This production was extremely well done, and I totally enjoyed seeing the talents of our amazing students. I also appreciate the hard work from our teachers and staff who support our students. And tomorrow, I look forward to attending Mr. Sun Devil and cheering on Effie and our other Apple Valley High School gentlemen who are competing. Tomorrow, it's Employee Appreciation Day. I know that we honor our certificated and classified staff in May. However, this day allows us the opportunity now to pause and express our thanks and gratitude for the hard work and dedication of all our employees. We recognize the unique perspectives and talents all of our staff bring to our district and to remind them of how much they are valued, not only as professionals, but as individuals. In March, we honor Women's History Month. And Sunday, March 8th, is International Women's Day, and this year's theme, Rights, Justice, Action for All Women and Girls. As we look at the historic struggles, achievements, and milestones that women have made throughout history, I hope we can all work together to continue to support, encourage, and uplift the women in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Akpara.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to come to these meetings and to show gratitude to the children that we serve. They came in mass last hour, and they presented to us, and I have to say I was truly, truly honored to be of service to those children, because that's why the lights go on, and that's why we show up every day to service the students. I have to say that I'm pleased that we finally came to an agreement for the teachers, and now I'm hoping that we will begin the journey of healing, because a lot has happened. And as a former employee of this district and a current friend of quite a few of the people on staff, I do hope that healing will begin. I do hope that we'll begin the process of looking at each other and treating each other like relatives. We don't all have to enjoy being in the same dining room table, but we do enjoy the fact that we could be related. And so my hope is that now that we have reached that point and we have arrived at a decision that we will cut out the finger pointing and begin to heal as a district, because we have a job to do to benefit the children that we service. If the house is not standing, any kind of wind is going to blow it away. So we do hope that this house will stand. I do hope that this house will stand. I do hope that we will still break bread as a family. That's what this district is all about. And so I don't want to belabor anybody by finger pointing, but I do want us to move ahead. I need us to be able to find the common ground, to be able to service everybody in this district, and to find ways to show respect and dignity to each and every one of the people that are working under us. I do hope when I listen to the children that came in last hour, I was filled with hope. I was filled with joy. I was filled with the excitement that comes with being a product of this district. This school was my school. I was here, I taught here. And so when I see the children, it brings back those wonderful memories that we have about why we are all in here. It is not a time to finger point. It is a time for us to find a way to start healing as a district. Working towards a budget or working towards a contract is never an easy journey, but it is never done out of malice. I hope it is not out of malice, but I do hope that we will find that common ground as a district to be able to see each other on the road and be kind with our words. Because in the final analysis, when this is all done, we'll still be who we are. And I'm hoping that who we are will not cause the other person to see you walking across the street and then cross the street just because you're coming. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. So after the past several weeks, I've had the opportunity to attend several events across our district, and each one was a reminder of the incredible things happening in our schools every day. I had the pleasure of visiting the Solo and Ensemble Festival at Phoenix Academy, where students showcase their musical talents before a panel of judges. Performing individually takes courage, preparation, and dedication, and our students really rose to that occasion. I want to thank the teachers who work tirelessly to provide these opportunities and help students develop both confidence and skill through the arts, and on a Saturday. At Apple Valley High School, I attended the annual Buff and Tough competition, which was fun and energetic, and it brought them together. It was kind of fun to see them playing volleyball, and you could tell that was not their usual sport because they would sometimes grab the ball and try to hold it like a football. And then it would be they would realize what they had done wrong. But it was great to see students supporting one another, showing school pride, and participating in an event that strengthens connections across the campus. I also had the opportunity to attend the CIF championship game for Granite Hills boys soccer team. Competing at that level is an incredible accomplishment, and the team represented their school and our district with determination, teamwork, and sportsmanship. Congratulations to the players, coaches, and families who support them. Another highlight was visiting Vanguard for Read Across America. Seeing students excited about reading is always inspiring for an English teacher like myself. Events like this remind us how important it is to foster curiosity and a lifelong love of learning in our students. And I was also excited because the classroom that I got to read to happened to be, the teacher that was there that day, it's a job share. but she used to babysit my kids when they were much littler, and was also the gymnastics teacher. So that was kind of fun to bring that full circle. I also want to acknowledge the work that's gone into reaching the tentative agreement with our certificated bargaining unit. Negotiations are rarely simple, as Ms. Akpara was expressing, but I appreciate the commitment from everyone involved to continue working towards solutions that allowed our district to move forward together and remain focused on supporting students and staff. As we move towards spring break later this month, I want to wish our students, staff, and families a restful and well-deserved break. The work that happens in our classrooms and across our campuses each day is significant, and I hope everyone has the opportunity to recharge before we head into the final stretch of the school year. Thank you to all of our teachers, staff, administrators, and families for the role that you play in supporting our students and strengthening our school community. Thank you, Superintendent Nelson.
I'm going to start with the end of the week in mind. We know that next week we will be over at Granite Hills High School celebrating Field Day with our special needs students, and I encourage everybody that has not had an opportunity to participate in that to be there. Student advisories have been going on, and we met with our Granite Hills High School students this morning, Apple Valley High School students on Tuesday. I'm always in awe of what the advisories accomplish. They start out building the capacity, and by the end of the year, they have identified the goals that they want to work on with the staff and what outcomes and measurable objectives they can reach. I also was able to attend the importance of being earnest. It probably is one of my favorite plays that I've attended, and it's hard for me to say that because there's been so many amazing ones. But just the delivery of it, the play setting, all of it was just amazing. I too was at Read Across America at Vanguard, Sitting Bull Academy, and Phoenix Academy, and got to read a lot of different books, all of the Dr. Seuss books, so they were all tongue twisters. And when I got to Phoenix, I had 5 classrooms to read to, so I picked a different book for each classroom, and we had a great time. For those of you that are familiar with the arts program that is going on over at Phoenix Academy, teacher Gloria, many of you have been to her classroom, does an amazing job with students. And this year we have 2 students that were recognized in the contest for Assemblyman Tom Lackey. Caden Day is an 8th grader and took 3rd place in that contest. And Alcazar Riadi, 7th grade, took 1st place in the 6th through 8th grade category, but 1st place overall in the entire art contest. So she will have her art displayed in the Assemblyman's office through this month. Normally it would be displayed in the Capitol, but because they're doing renovations this year, it goes to the Assemblyman's office. So you may be able to see her drawing in the future. It's 2 beautiful peacocks with some flowers, and it's just amazing, the talent that she has. Granite Hills High School took 2nd in Chopped. I was there for their presentation. The teachers were not allowed to be in the room with them, which was new this year. They have always had surprise ingredients that they have to put into their culinary outcome. And this year they had 3. And they could choose from it, but one team chose frog legs, which was one of the ingredients. And I was there for their presentation, which was amazing. It was not Granite Hills High School that did it, nor did that team win. And I would say that what they showed was amazing, like the way they produced it and displayed it was great. But Granite taking 2nd in Chopped was wonderful to watch. And I was in the room when they presented, but I wouldn't tell their teachers that I was there because they wanted to know who did what and how they did. You heard about Skills USA. We are sending almost 200 students between our high schools and our middle grade students that are able. And then finally, Melinda Bezada, who's an employee at Apple Valley Adult Education, who's also a graduate of the Apple Valley Adult Education School and the Victor Valley College. You've heard her name before because she has been recognized by our regional area, but she has received the CCAE State Excellence in Support Services for Classified. Being a state award, it's something to be acknowledged, and I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that. Thank you.
All right. California School Employees Association, CSEA, J.C. Scott.
Hi, guys. I know I'm a big talker, but not public speaking. So, good evening. My name is Shallon Bryant, Political Action Coordinator for Apple. I know my voice is already quiet and it sounds quieter. I probably just talked too quiet. Oh, okay. There we go. Good evening. My name is Shallon Bryant, Political Action Coordinator for Apple Valley Chapter 828 and PACE Representative for Area F. On behalf of Chapter President Scott, the California School Employees Association, and the classified employees we represent, I want to take a moment to clearly state our commitment as we move forward in discussions regarding potential reductions in force. CSEA is fully committed to negotiations in good faith. We understand that the district is facing financial challenges, and we recognize that the difficult decisions sometimes have to be made. Our goal is not to create conflict or obstacles. Our goal is to engage in a process that is collaborative, transparent, and respectful of the collection bargaining relationship. We are committed to good faith negotiations and to coming to the table with genuine willingness to communicate, to listen, and to work through complex issues together. We are committed to exchange information openly, discussing impacts honestly, and considering solutions that address the district's needs while also protecting the employees who serve our schools every day. Classified employees are an essential part of the education system. They are the people who keep campuses safe, support instruction, maintain facilities, and ensure that our schools function day in and day out. Because of that, any decision that affects their employment deserves thoughtful discussion and a meaningful bargaining process. CSEA stands ready to participate fully in that process. Our negotiation team is prepared to meet and work with the district to examine options and ideas. Our approach will be constructive and solution-focused. We believe that when both parties engage sincerely in negotiations, it creates opportunities to find responsible paths forward, even during difficult financial times. Our commitment is simple. We will show up, we will participate, and we will negotiate in good faith. We believe that maintaining a respectful and productive bargaining relationship benefits not only employees at the district, but ultimately the students and the community we all serve. CSEA looks forward to continuing that dialogue and working together through the negotiation process. Thank you and solidarity, Shallon Bright.
Thank you. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUTA, Karen Sabers.
Should I give these to Kylie now to pass?
I think I only made 5. I can make another copy. Oh, did I? Okay, maybe I did. Oh, gotcha. I can't add or subtract now. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. My name is Karen Sabers, and I am the president of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. I will be speaking on several topics tonight. First, I'd like to address our tentative agreement and fact finding. The tentative agreement that was signed on February 12th during the fact finding was not included in tonight's board agenda, so I've provided you with a copy, and the district has also provided copies in the back room on the back table for members of the community. This agreement outlines not only the items that were settled during fact finding, but also additional items that the fact finder included to help us move forward with interest-based bargaining, or IBB. One of those items is additional IBB training specifically focused on how to use the budget knowledge to help drive informed interest-based solutions related to compensation. Mr. Raskin, the state fact finder, recommended Wendy Lockhart from CTA to assist with this training. He also recommended bringing in a representative from school services to help provide budget training. In addition, we will be forming a health and welfare committee that will include equal representation from AVUTA, CSEA, and unrepresented employees. This committee will serve in an advisory role to the union and management bargaining teams, which were one team. We will also explore training options related to health and welfare. I do want to point out that many employees in the district would not have the insurance rates that they currently have if AVUTA would not have worked with CTA insurance expert to develop the 90% Kaiser rate models. AVUTA brought forward the idea of using 90% Kaiser rates instead of the hard caps that previously existed, and the other bargaining teams were able to benefit from this work. I also provided you with our fact-finding presentation. It's the thick packet. You may review it at your convenience as it contains a great deal of helpful information. In addition, I've included several pages from the district's presentation. While reviewing both presentations, I would like to point out that the districts we used comparables are different from those used by the district. The district used many comparables from districts down the hill with the rationale that they are about 35 miles the way the bird flies. Another thing I would like to bring to your attention is the pages showing reserve balances if the proposal had been accepted. It is remarkable to see the difference between those projected ending balances and the new ending balances that appear on the second interim report. That leads me to my next topic, the second interim report. When comparing the first interim report, which was presented in December, to the second interim report, we are again surprised to see such a significant difference in ending balances. However, we're glad to see that the district found additional $14.9 million in funds, and that we can now not only meet the required 3% reserve, but also the board recommended, though not required, 5% reserve. That is amazing how much the reserves increased. I'm also glad to see that enrollment is up and that this increase is not solely due to TK enrollment, unlike we were told in fact-finding presentation. Next, I would like to address agenda item 8 and 9, which involve the hiring of consultants to mentor students. While I believe these individuals
may be valuable resources to our students, and I understand that they are being paid through a different funding source. It is difficult to reconcile this with the fact that classified staff received RIFs notices just yesterday. The amount being paid to these consultants is comparable to the salary of a classified employee. At a time when classified staff are losing their jobs, this decision raises concern. I now want to speak about a uniform complaint appeal that was presented to the board in closed session. It is upsetting that this board did not care enough to hear from a teacher in this district. We were appealing this case based on the fact that the interviews conducted during the investigation were with individuals who had nothing to do with the complaint. The individuals who were interviewed were the same ones that had been previously interviewed for an upper campus complaint, while the complaint involved the lower campus. None of the individuals whose names were provided by the complainant to the attorney for the interviews were actually interviewed. Because of this, we moved forward with the appeal. It is disheartening that the board would not even allow 15 minutes for a teacher to speak on her own behalf. This decision speaks to the culture and morale of this district and the school site. My next topic is regarding an email that was sent out concerning an 84-year-old male. I'm not sure whether this email was sent only to district personnel or if it went out to others. Regardless, it was upsetting. This email stated that there is currently no criminal investigation and no perceived threat to anyone's safety. In my opinion, sharing this information, especially including pictures of his car parked in front of his home with his license plate visible, is an invasion of privacy and creates unnecessary fear among staff. At a time when many employees are already feel fear of retaliation, and when there are current reports of alleged retaliation, the fact that something like this could happen to a harmless 84-year-old man simply for asking someone about their political views causes certificated staff to question what could happen to them. This is the type of atmosphere that many feel this district breeds and that this board allows. Next, I would like to address the unfair labor practice that AVUTA and CTA have filed against the district. On February 18, 2026, the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association and the California Teachers Association filed an unfair labor practice with the Public Employees Relation Board, PERB, regarding the conduct of Trustee Rick Raleigh during the December 11, 2025 board meeting and the district's expenditure reduction meetings that took place January 5th through January 9th, 2026. Finally, I want to address the resolution being presented tonight in support of Superintendent. The county letter referenced tonight addresses misappropriation of funds. AVUTA has never alleged criminal misappropriation, nor have we ever heard anyone else allege this. Our concerns have been consistently about the fiscal judgment, sustainability, transparency, and the long-term impact of the decisions on the classroom. Educators ask difficult questions because that is what responsible professionals do when reserves decline, when one-time funds are used for ongoing commitments, and when staffing instability affects students. This resolution attempts to characterize those concerns as inaccurate and divisive. In fact, those difficult questions is exactly what the board should be doing. Governance is not about protecting individuals from scrutiny. It's about oversight, accountability, and ensuring the decisions are in the best interest of students, staff, and the community. I also need to address something that speaks directly to the civility referenced in this resolution. Over the past year, when I, our lead negotiator, and other staff members have stood at this podium, the one board member has frequently not looked at the speaker, has remained focused on the computer, rolled their eyes, given dirty looks, text others while people are speaking, pass notes during public comment. Another board member has also treated us with disrespect. There have also been instances where another board member has been treated not only with dismissiveness, but with open disrespect. This is not interpretation. It is observable behavior, and the staff and community see it. In addition, it has been increasingly apparent that many items brought before the board result in a predictable 3-2 vote, regardless of the substance of the issue or concerns raised publicly. This was grossly evident last board meeting when a board member voted no to adjourn the meeting simply because one board member voted yes. When outcomes become predetermined, it undermines public confidence in deliberation and governance. If we are going to cite board policy 1313 on civility and governance standards, those expectations must apply equally to everyone seated at this dais. What is concerning is that this resolution appears to single out one trustee for raising concerns and asking questions. That is part of a board member's responsibility. Silencing or discouraging oversight is not good governance. A significant portion of certificated workforce in this district expressed that trust has been damaged and that meaningful collaboration has been lacking. This situation helps certificated staff see clearly how the board feels about teachers. Many feel that their voices have not been respected or valued. Decisions like this send a message to the teachers that their concerns do not matter, and to many it feels like a slap in the face. This has been one of the most difficult seasons of negotiations in the history of the district, and we want to move forward. Passing a resolution like this does not rebuild trust. It does not begin the healing process. If anything, it risks deepening the divide that already exists. If this board truly wants to move forward, it should start by listening to staff in the district instead of dismissing their concerns. Educators are not the problem. They are asking for transparency, stability, and leadership that is willing to collaborate. We remain ready to work towards solutions, but solutions require courage, consistency, and a genuine commitment to respectful, transparent governance. Those should be shared goals. I also wanted to thank Mr. Raleigh on his wife running for Congress up north, District 1 and Lake Shasta. We wish her the best of luck. In solidarity, Karen.
All right, the clerk will read out any action taken in closed session.
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, certificated and classified employees. On a motion by Mrs. Longshore, seconded by Mrs. Buchanan on a vote of 4-0, the Board of Trustees voted to approve the release of certificated management employees identified by employee number 8779, number 1097, number 0460, number 0400, and reassigned to a classroom teacher or counselor based on credentialing and seniority effective July 1, 2026, and direct that the superintendent or her designee give written notice thereof as required by law. That was a vote of 4-0. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent: conference litigation. On a motion by Mrs. Buchanan, seconded by Mrs. Tucker, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Director of Risk Management to approve the proposed settlement agreement and release regarding case number CIVSB 2322171. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. B2, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954, subsection 5, D, and 54956.95, S. Jones versus AVUSD. On a motion by Buchanan, seconded by Tucker, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim dated February 4th, 2026 of Shadrach Jones. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add and/or pull items for discussion and/or action. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Section D, recognition presentation. We have a presentation on special education program. So I will turn it over to Mr. Schlosser.
Yes, thank you. You'll give me just a moment to get organized here, and I'll introduce our team and just mention that this, can you hear well enough? Okay. Okay, so as a response for a request for presentation regarding special ed programs, specifically kind of the program models, whether they be a full day, separate setting model, any kind of inclusion model, wanted to make sure and answer those questions, but give some definitions that are now going to be part of our collective bargaining agreement, but also give some background in law. And so we asked Jack Clark, who's been a partner with us for quite some time and helped us out with lots of different learning in the special ed world, been at our side in many situations over the years and very helpful and very knowledgeable in this area. And I thought it would be better for him to be able to answer those questions directly as they came. And so Mr. Wheeler, Special Education Director, myself, and Mr. Clark will be here. But Mr. Clark will kind of be running through the presentation, and we'll be here to answer local questions having to do with our program. So with that, I'll hand things over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Schlosser. Madam Superintendent, board members, community members. Oh, thank you. My name is Jack Clark. I'm a partner with the law firm of Atkinson, Anderson, Loyal, Rood, and Romo. And just by way of introduction, I've been a lawyer for about 40 years. And somehow about 25 or 30 years ago, I started doing special education law, and I've been doing it ever since. So I was sharing with Mr. Wheeler as we were talking, getting ready for today. I said, you know, I can talk about special education as long as you want me to. I can talk for 6 minutes or 6 hours. And in light of the time in the evening, I think I'll try and keep it to 6 minutes or so. I want to talk today about some definitions in special education. There it is. And to try to give some of the infrastructure for some of the practical things that you might want to know about a little bit more. One, the IDEA, many people think of it as simply an educational support statute. It is something much, much deeper than that. It's actually a civil rights statute. It protects the rights of the members of our community who present with specified disabilities to a certain degree to a free, appropriate public education. And I took quotes from the law so that you wouldn't just think this is just my opinion. But school districts must design individualized programs that are reasonably calculated, and I emphasize reasonably calculated as opposed to precisely calibrated. These are professional judgments by multidisciplinary teams, and therefore the decisions, including parent input, and therefore the decisions simply need to be based upon reasonable predictions based upon the assessment data that the district has. And I wanted to make this point because it's not said, I think, clearly enough from a space that's from the heart enough. And that is that an appropriate education does not mean the absolute best or potential maximizing education for the child. And that's quoted from a judicial decision. And I want to emphasize that does not in any way denigrate the work of teachers or the efforts of students. It is simply stating a reality. Educating a human being is one of the most complex things human beings do. Teachers are to be commended for their efforts, applauded for their efforts, and the members of our community who present with disabilities are doing their very best to learn. But a law cannot dictate outcomes in terms of human effort, and that's all that means. At the same time, and I know from working with the administration here, this administration is making sure that students have what they need to make progress in light of their unique circumstances. And that's the other leg of the requirement of the IDEA. I wanted to talk about the concept of the least restrictive environment. I'll talk about, just summarize some of the programs that are available in this district. But the way I describe it is because the IDEA is based upon concepts of Brown versus the Board of Education, Sharp versus Bowling, these groundbreaking Supreme Court decisions that said we must not segregate people just because they are who they are. And the concept of the least restrictive environment comes up many times in these discussions. At the same time, I want to make it clear that there is a federal mandate under the IDEA, but there's also the state of California in the California Education Code under 56,000 of the Education Code has pulled the requirements of the IDEA. So we're functioning under both a federal mandate and a state requirement. And the least restrictive environment under the federal law is to the maximum extent appropriate. Children with disabilities, including children in various institutions, are educated with children who are not disabled. And special education classes, removal of children with disabilities occurs only when the nature and severity of the disability is such that education, regular classes with the use of supplementary aids cannot be satisfactorily achieved. So this concept of the least restrictive environment, it needs to be put in the context of the requirement of the IEP team to look at the individual needs of the child. And here's the federal requirement as set forth in the federal regulations, and you see it mirrors the same thing in the California Education Code. I want to briefly talk about these 4 cases in terms of what the least restrictive environment is. The groundbreaking decision in 1994, City of Sacramento Unified School District versus Rachel Holland. And this was a student with an intellectual disability. And the court said that this is a student who should stay in a general education placement full time because in light of her unique circumstances, she was not disruptive and she could learn from her non-disabled peers in such a way. And I want to emphasize just one point that the court made. And that is that the least restrictive environment requirement is intended not just to benefit the members of our community, our children who have exceptional needs. It's also to teach neurotypical peers to accept people who are different. The more we interact with each other, the more we understand each other, the more we respect each other, the more we have compassion for each other. The law is actually a beautifully tailored subject in terms of trying to help all people. This was the 4-part test. The IEP team, the educational professionals and the parents in the IEP team are supposed to consider the educational benefits to a disabled child, non-academic social benefits of interaction with non-disabled children, the effect of presence of disabled student on the teacher and other students, and also, although I advise that we essentially ignore the cost of supplementary aids in light of where we've come as a society. Just a couple more decisions. This was a case of a child who presented with autism, a more recent decision from the Ninth Circuit. And it said that a child with autism can remain in a placement of 75% general education with one-to-one full-time aid and 25% because he was making substantial progress in his academic goals, but also the court made it very clear that we're not just looking at academics, we're also looking at the overall educational experience. These two last cases essentially mirror the reasoning. I just wanted to show you all that these things are litigated at the highest, in the highest courts of the land. This is another Ninth Circuit opinion, and then another Ninth Circuit opinion. In this case, the offer to place a student in a small classroom setting in a transitional period does not violate the LRE requirement because the child was receiving, does not because the child would have received insignificant academic benefit in a typical classroom. The goal of your district is to provide IDEA eligible students. Again, that is a subset of students who might require additional assistance. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act is also available to provide assistance. I could go off for 3 hours on that. I will not tonight. But there are programs, as I'll show here in a minute, to help the students who need the help. Co-teaching, there's a push-in model, there's mainstreaming. There's a success class for students who present with behavioral concerns, achieve class who student who present with additional behavioral concerns more closely aligned with emotional disabilities. There are programs for children who present with severe autism. There are mild, moderate classrooms, there's adult transition. The base program in terms of severe, moderate, severe, and how teachers are aligned, a secondary model, an elementary model, and also middle grades model alternately. Again, you use everything in this district from co-teaching to push in to pull out, and in so doing complies with the federal mandate in ways that make sense for children. As I said, I could go on for 6 hours. I will stop now. If you have any questions, I will do my very best to answer them, as well as the directors of special education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
You don't need the clap. I don't. No, please. It makes me blush.
All right. Ms. Akpara.
Obviously, you know I'm going to ask questions because that's in my wheelhouse. The question I have here has to do with you've given us the legal background.
Yes.
So because you're an attorney, but you're talking to educators who are not attorneys. So the question that I have is the decision to place a student in special education is not a legal issue. It is what the school site has made the decision that the child does need the special education services. So you place the child in special education because the child is not meeting the academic requirement or the academic rigor in the mainstream. So to be able to transition a child from special education into a general education classroom, that decision has to also be made by an IEP team, correct?
Yes, an IEP team.
Okay, so when they make that decision by the IEP team, the team is made up of people who hold the credential, correct?
It's made up of a general education teacher, a special education teacher, an administrator,
Correct.
a person who can interpret the data, the parents, and also if the parents want
And the
someone
parent
to assist them, someone else who can.
Okay,
So it's a multidisciplinary team. It's not just credentialed people.
So the question that I have
Yes, ma'am.
is when a district makes a decision to move a student from a special education classroom to a co-teach environment,
Mhm.
and the co-teacher does not hold the California credential for special ed
Mhm.
that the child possesses, because that's the criteria for the child to be a special education student. That child possesses a special need to be serviced by a specialist until they are able to return, because the final goal is to be able to put the child back to general education. The original is the goal is not to keep the child in special education forever, but it is to prepare the child to return to the mainstream. That is the final goal of special education, correct?
Sometimes.
Okay, so
But let me explain why. Because, as I said, just because you have a disability does not mean you're eligible for special education services.
Correct.
People can have many different types of disabilities that don't rise to the level of requiring special education. Again, I can go on for this for quite some time, and I'll be happy to sit down with any one of you who want to talk. But back in the 1990s, I was also one of the attorneys who argued for full funding from the state because we were not getting the funding that we were supposed to get under the Subvention Act of the California Constitution. One of the things that we made clear was that this is an individualized program for a child in light of how they present. There are some children, usually who have more mild disabilities, who may be able to receive special education services, get the support that will allow them to mainstream and actually exit special education. There's also students who, because of the severity of the impact that their disability has on them, they will be in special education till age 22, and then they will be transitioned out to be helped by the regional center, the Department of Rehabilitation, and other aspects of the community that help the members of the community with more severe disabilities. And therefore, I can't say that what you said is exactly correct in every case because of the I in IDEA, individualized.
Correct. So the question, let me finish the question then.
Sure.
The question that I have is, I'm just going to give you a student, just a student within our system who has an IEP.
Yes.
Which is individualized. It's not an ILP, it's IEP. The student holds an IEP, and in the IEP, it says that the student will be serviced by a special education person who holds the credential to be able to service that child until they are able to transition into the general population. That's what the IEP should really be looking at. But as a district, the question that I continue to hear, and I know that you represent the legal portion of it, but I represent the classroom portion of it where the teacher is sitting. As a district, the instructional assistant is not the teacher. The instructional assistant is assistant, not the teacher. So when that child makes that transition out of the general special education class to go into a general education or whatever the movement is, the educational services cannot rest with the instructional assistant who does not assign the grade for this child. So that's where the problem continues to arise as a district, because we want to be sure that when we place the student in a special education classroom, that they are being serviced by people who hold a credential for which we promise the parent that that's what they will be getting. But if we move the child out of special education and then we move them to a general education classroom with the conversation of saying the general education teacher is going to provide the service, but the special education teacher is still responsible to grade this child. Now there's a disconnect because the special education teacher is not in the classroom with that child when they make the transition to general education class, but you still expect the general education teachers to continue doing what they're supposed to do. And they don't have the authority to give the grade because the IEP states this is the person who's going to be responsible for this child. So I understand that you're giving us the legal portion of it, but I am looking at it in terms of the actual real-time issue that we face
There is
in
a
the
legal answer
district.
to what you're saying, though, and I would suggest that if you would like, either I or one of my colleagues could come and give a more comprehensive kind of session of even a training. The thing that concerns me about that from a legal perspective, the thing that concerns me about the way you're articulating this is that, and I'll give an example. When I started doing this, we were litigating a lot of cases concerning children who presented with autism. And in fact, in the 1990s, there were educators who made the argument, for example, what we used to call Asperger's. They would say, well, wait a minute, this student is very bright. This student is getting all A's or B's, and therefore we're educating them. And the court said, no. This child presents with difficulty in the area of social interaction, social communication, understanding just because of their disability, understanding facial expressions.
Mm-hmm.
And the court said, even though this child is getting straight A's, this child may need special education because it is not just about a letter grade.
Mm-hmm.
It is about trying to help the person be successful in the community. And so it really would take probably a couple of hours to fully flesh out what you're talking about. I will say, though, that I've heard this concern for many, many years. The courts have been very clear, and in fact, I'll finish with this. The Rachel H. case was actually a student who was significantly intellectually disabled.
Mm-hmm.
When you read the case, you'll see that when people went in to see how she was doing in class, she was holding a book upside down. And yet the court said, no, she needs to be in general education more because of the intangible effects of being around her neurotypical peers and the effects of her neurotypical peers dealing with somebody who's different. So it is not just about a letter grade. Education is much broader than just academics. And that's something that is really wonderful about the IDEA. I'll leave with that.
And maybe I can try to just ask a question to try to get to the heart of what you're asking regarding the.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah. Don't go too far. I may need you. All right. Because I think I understand part of the question is in a situation where student has an IEP and for a certain subject, the agreement of the team is, let's say the subject is language arts. In that subject, the student is, the minutes are going to be served in an inclusion model where the student will be in a general education classroom with some kind of a support. The question I think we have for Jack is, must that support be a credentialed teacher who follows that child into the classroom, who has a special ed credential, or can that support be a paraeducator under the direction of a special education teacher?
But I can tell you right now that a paraeducator does not possess the credential the teacher possesses.
I agree with that.
So we want the paraeducator to be a support person for the child,
but
not the person that will assign the grade on behalf of that child.
There's another aspect of that.
Go ahead, Jack.
Because the answer is yes. How can I say this? Well, let me preface what I'm going to say with something comments I was making at AXA in January of this year. In my view, all teachers are going to heaven. And all teachers should be willing to teach all children.
Correct.
Teaching is teaching. It's for the IEP team to determine how much time a student will be in a particular area. And it is weighing those elements in terms of the particularities of how a student's disability or confluence of disability affects them, how the assessment data plays out, what we've seen in terms of how they learn. And our hope is that by putting all those things into the mix, we'll come out with an IEP that will never be perfect. But all teachers should be willing to teach all children.
Thank you. And thank you for the questions that led to this. And maybe it yields a need for further discovery.
Well, I do. I'm so interested in this discussion because special education is my passion. I'm passionate about it. I came into the district as a special education person, so special education continues to be where I sit. And I want to be absolutely clear as we are moving forward as a district that we continue to service the students and not service a program. So the students are the people that make us have a special education program within the district. So, and I look back to the students who are in our Achieve and our Success program, and I want to be sure that those particular students who are not college bound, that we continue to prepare them to be independent learners. And if we continue to peel away at the support that we have in the room to be able to help them to be successful members of the community, just because we're trying to give people support inside the general education classroom, and then we forget the 15 students in the class with one teacher, and you move the assistant who should be there to support the 15 students, you move them to go and support a general education classroom, then you have deprived the 15 students who do need the support in their special education classroom. So the reason this conversation came about is not because of what Jack has presented. I've heard from Jack since the 70s, 80s.
Oh, good Lord, thank
So
you.
I do remember, so I can say he knows his stuff, but his stuff is different from what we deal with in Apple Valley School District. So I want to be sure that we are addressing the Apple Valley School District issues. Not, I can quote the special ed law forever because that was my major. But I want to be sure that when we are servicing our students in Apple Valley, that we tune it to Apple Valley and not tune it to what's happening all over the world. Apple Valley is where our focus should be. So when we remove instructional support that is servicing our students in the classrooms and we begin to farm them out, we leave the special education teacher without. And we cannot leave them without because they're dealing with the discipline, they're dealing with the IEPs, they're dealing with writing the behavior plan, they're dealing with parent contact. But now you've left one adult with all of these kids. And so we as a district, we need to rethink how we do business so that we continue to give the program, the service that our kids need. There are some teachers who have special education support people in their rooms that don't need them. They don't need them because now they're going to teach their special ed students, and now they're going to teach the instructional person in their room so that the instructional person in their room will know what to do. And we need to do better.
Madam
That's
Trustee,
all I care about.
Can I just say, I've had the pleasure of working with this district for 7-8 years now. I can tell you part of the reason I think I've been around is my philosophy is I'm not here to really fight with the community or to fight with parents. I try to help my clients protect themselves from litigation by protecting the rights of children with exceptional needs. That's been my philosophy. I can say very, very confidently that your administration holds that belief. That's why I've been around for as long as I have. So I hear what you're saying. I think it would be a really good subject of additional conversation outside here.
Yeah, and I think what you're suggesting is we analyze program with not just a legal lens, but a different practicality.
Correct.
And
That's what I care about.
that's probably something that we can do, but the implications there mean that conversation probably has to happen at another time. But I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to section E, item 1, receive Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopeners articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified School District. Mr.
Thank you.
Conrad.
This is where, yes, Mr. Cobbs will come forward to present the board with the information regarding the reopeners for this first year of the contract.
I'm going to be very quick. Here, we're presenting our reopeners of AVUTA's 2026 Article 14, safety. We want to be able to discuss and add language to it. Article 17, class size, we're kind of combining, discuss and add language if necessary. taking a look at that. We're kind of midway through the year already, so we're just looking at things that we can enhance. And so those are our 2 articles for reopening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, receive Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Mr. Conrad, or no?
This will be
Mr.
obviously
Harrison.
Jeremiah presenting these.
Conrad.
I'm going to take just a minute longer because I want to point out later in the agenda, you're going to see the 25-28 successor contract that we worked on together as a negotiations team. We're really proud of that. It's exciting to be at that point. A lot of collaborative work went into that successor agreement. And so I'm excited you get to look at that in just a few minutes. AVUSD would like to reopen 2 articles for negotiations. We resumed negotiations on March 13th. We're looking at Article 17, which is class size, to continue our discussion about school counselor balancing caseloads. And then also Article 20 to talk about stipends and hourly rates. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 3 cards this evening.
As provided on our public comment card, speakers are requested to limit comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. If more than one person wishes to speak on the same topic, subsequent speakers should limit their remarks to new information only. Public comment shall be limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per item. So first up will be Key and Peak.
I know I'm kind of the odd one out because you don't get much student speakers, but is it possible to maybe look into having public comments a little earlier in the board meet? Because waiting until 10 p.m. every single time doesn't really help with the student schedule. But aside from that, good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Buchanan, esteemed board. Oh, and Coach Cobbs and President Sabers. Good job. This is the first time in 8 months I've seen this room not filled with a sea of red, so it's pretty cool. I'm here with your monthly reminder that you are still not obeying the law to follow SB 328. I know you said that it is time to reevaluate it another time, but I definitely think no. I know that this is now the time to think about it. A few days ago, a message was sent out to Parent Square. It was stated, the 2026-2027 school year, it is clear that Apple Valley Unified School District will undergo a period of transition. As part of this restructuring, we will segmentally standardizing bell schedules at the TK through 6th grade and TK through 8th grade levels. And as with any change, we must negotiate the effects of this decision with our associations. I appreciate the district's effort to review and standardize bell schedules at the TK through 6th and TK through 8th grade levels. However, I would encourage the district to expand this conversation to include high school start times as well. California has already recognized the importance of later start times for teenagers through Senate Bill 328, which requires that high schools begin no earlier than 8:30 a.m. I reiterate over and over and over again, this law was created because extensive research shows that teens need more sleep and that later start times improve student health, attendance, and academic performance. If the district is already evaluating schedules as part of this restructuring, this is an ideal opportunity to ensure that all schools, including high school, are fully aligned with both the spirit and requirements of state law. Addressing bell schedules across all grade levels would also create greater consistency for families, transportation planning, and overall school system. I respectfully ask the board to include high school start times in this discussion so that our policies reflect both the legal requirements and what we know is best for student well-being and success. It makes sense that if there is going to need to be a change it all at once. And I'd like to point out this topic has gained a bit of traction and community awareness. I've been in the talks with Steve Famiano of the Voice of Apple Valley and have recently circulated across community social media on a post from our town of Apple Valley. I appreciated the discussions, whether for or against what I'm saying. It keeps my topic valid and just keeping it out there and on your guys' mind. Thank you for your time and consideration. Good night.
Thank you. Wendy Watt.
Good evening, board and cabinet. It is my great honor to serve students at Sandia Academy and the Wolfpack. I want to start this evening by being very explicit that the comments I make tonight are mine and mine alone, and I do not represent any other person's viewpoint. Leadership is like the pebble that you throw in the pond. The ripples go on and sometimes have no end. Instead, I want to talk about leadership. Throughout my 27-year career at AVUSD, there have been a number of leaders who have molded and mentored me as a leader, none more so than the cabinet sitting at the table tonight. Each member of this cabinet has contributed to my development as a leader and made it possible for me to do my job day to day. Mr. Slosher was my principal at Apple Valley High School, and he taught me through modeling what compassionate servant leadership is. Mr. Conrad, also my principal for a short time at Apple Valley High School, taught me that humility and humor are the bridges to building relationships. Mr. Schulenberg, you taught me something too, even though you were my principal. You came in my campus early on in my career, and you picked up a yardstick in my office, and you took me on a walk across my campus, pointing out safety concerns all along. You never told me that was a lesson, but boy, did I learn a good one, how to keep my students safe. Thank you for that. And finally, Ms. Nelson, you taught me one of the very most important lessons as a leader and as a manager, which I'm not very good at always, the managing piece. And that is that having really hard conversations are absolutely going to happen in my career. But if I approach those conversations with a caring heart and the intent of coaching, they're a lot easier to do, and they're the very best gift I could give my colleagues. These are just a few of the aspects of leadership that I've been provided at the hands of these leaders. As a site administrator, one of the most important needs I have is that when I need guidance, I need that phone to be answered. And I want to thank this cabinet that for 9 years as an administrator in this district, that phone has been answered every single time I've called, every time. You have never left me all alone to make decisions without guidance in uncertain circumstances. I want to thank you for also putting trust in me. Your unwavering support of my ability to grow and learn and do better is one of the most important things that I could say in my career, and it is a precious gift that causes me now to be able to lead others like you've led me. I want to acknowledge that the board is a part of this leadership team. It is integral to the work that we do as the school district. I promise one sentence. You need to answer when the call comes, please. Lead by modeling and show us what leadership looks like. And finally, and most important, support your leaders, because it's crucial to us being able to do our day in and day out jobs working with students and families and staff. I have every confidence in Mrs. Nelson and in the cabinet and in this board to come together and do the job that needs to be done at this time in our district. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Kylie Caudell.
I never thought I'd be on this side of the mic. I'll just start with that. Tonight you were handed a document. I'm going to publicly ask that I can get a copy of that document. I believe it said internal and not to be distributed. I'd also like to request a PRA of who it was distributed to and who the intended audience was to. This document was made public tonight. Its intent was not to be made public. It was not. And why I can understand people have their own opinion, it wasn't their story to tell. It wasn't their story of how it made them feel. It wasn't their story of how they have changed security measures for their family for the last year, almost a year. And it was confirmed tonight that not only is my child identified at his school, which was asked by this individual to me a year ago about my children, they were identified to a guest in a classroom, a non-employee guest, by a staff member. Tonight is the first night my children have come to an event. The event was the board meeting. My children were going to speak tonight. They went home. It was going to be past their bedtime. This is not okay. What has happened in this community is not okay. People do not realize, people live in this community. Things that have been said to people, the way people have been made to feel, it's not right. It's every employee at this district should be treated the same. Every employee. Not a select few, not whoever's loudest, not whoever wants to yell at the moment. Every employee. I am also an employee here. My children are students here. I reside in this community also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board comments, Mrs. Longshore? None. Mrs. Tucker?
No comment.
Ms. Akpara?
I do have a comment. I'm going to start by asking that every board member should turn back in this piece of paper that says not to be distributed back to the main, to Mrs. Cordell, so that we don't distribute what is not required to be distributed. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was at the back table, but at least for us, the board member, we need to return it so that we can keep our employees' children safe. All of our employees belong to us. All of their children belong to us. So if anybody has this paper, please send it back so that we can destroy it. We need to keep our people safe. That's number one. Number two, I have to say, for all the people who have spoken, we did hear you. Mrs. Watt, I heard you. I heard your heart. Where we come from, when we say good morning, the response is, I see you. I want to be sure that people know that I do see them. I see them even when they don't want to see me, but I still see them because that is very important. We are part of a community. Apple Valley is small enough as it is, and we meet each other in very difficult places. So I am hoping that after today, that we have found a common space where we can rebuild and begin to be a community. Apple Valley is my home. I have lived here longer than I've lived anywhere in my life, including my birth country. So this became my home. I don't want to find any one of you on the street and you are needing water and I cannot give you water to drink because we have become enemies. Finger pointing does not get us anywhere. Kylie, I truly apologize for the pain that you endure on behalf of your children and on behalf of the job you have chosen to accept. We want to be able to make sure that our personnel are safe. It's okay to disagree, but it's not okay to make us unsafe. I don't know where to start, but Apple Valley is really my only home right now. I can go home to Africa, but it is no longer my home. Please, you guys, find ways to be one. Find ways to hold on to each other. Find ways to respect each other. Find ways to trust each other. Life is hard as it is, but you have no idea what it feels for me. This is the only home I have. And now I am running around being scared of who wants to talk to me, who wants to be part of my family, who wants to be part of my life. We can do better. Apple Valley is known for being able to withstand whatever is out there, and we find a common ground. Enough. We have come to a place where we can love each other and look each other in the eye and say to the person, I am sorry for the pain I have caused you. Now can we move on? And we can honestly say, yes, we are ready to move on. That's what I live with. This is my faith. If you hurt me, I'll let you know. And once I let you know, I am done with it. But to find our employees hurting this way is unacceptable. We've got to find a way to be able to meet each other at a place and break bread. I am sorry. I apologize to Kylie for the fear. I live in fear. And this is not the Apple Valley I know. Now I'm scared to even leave when it's nighttime now, and I can't leave my house. I'm constantly worrying about who's coming for me. This is my home. This is the only home I have left. We can do better than this. Apple Valley has to do better than this. Finger pointing doesn't get us anywhere. We all know what we have to do. Our children are counting on us. When we walk into that classroom, they want us to wear this mask and just say, you matter. When you're in front of me here, I see each one of you. But the pain that the district is carrying right now, we need to be able to put it in a parking lot and move on and shake hands with each other and say to each other, I know this was a difficult time, but can we move past this? We've got to find a way to move past it. We have to find a place where we care about each other enough that when you hurt me, I can say you hurt me, but I want to be sure you know you hurt me. And after that, I move on. This is no longer the space that we need to occupy to constantly point the fingers and say, you hurt me, you did this. And let's just put it aside as a district. Let's make a decision right here and now that when you see me on the road, that you will know me as Maria, that you don't know me as your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I don't have space in my life to have enemies. That you will see anybody here, you see them as somebody that you can break bread with. I don't know what we need to do as a district, but I am more than willing to cross over to the other side and shake hands and say to somebody, I am sorry if I caused you any pain. And I hope you will ask me for my own forgiveness too. Because the pain has gone both ways, but nobody should have to suffer this long. And now we have employees who are afraid for their children, or afraid for their own safety. This is not who we are. This is not Apple Valley. Apple Valley is going to be my home until the day God calls me home and tells me this is my time. This is a place I chose. I don't know how else to express it, except that right this moment, I have never felt more hurt. And I've lived in Apple Valley for over 40 years. I've never felt more hurt that employees will be scared for their children, or the employees will be scared for themselves, or people are throwing daggers at each other. I have never had this in my entire 40 years in Apple Valley. I've lived in Apple Valley longer than I've lived anywhere in my life, anywhere. And everyone that I have encountered in Apple Valley, I have chosen them as my family. It's not an easy thing for me to choose people as my family. And I watch this district, and they are taking all of that privilege that I have away. And we need to find a better way to deal with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And thank you to everybody who spoke tonight. In regards to Ms. Caudell's request, did we get that written down so we know the information? Okay, thank you. Superintendent Nelson? No? Okay, yeah, we'll get it. All right. G, public hearing. Conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopener articles for negotiation with the Apple Valley Unified School District. I now open the public hearing at 10:05 regarding the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopener articles for negotiation with the Apple Valley Unified School District.
I'll just chime in here again. This is the procedural, part of the procedures that we must follow as we enter into negotiations. We had the information shared by Mr. Cobbs and Mr. Harrison, Dr. Harrison, I apologize. The public now has an opportunity to respond to those openers. So that's what this time is for, or specifically this time for AVUTAs.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the board regarding the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopener articles for negotiation with the Apple Valley Unified School District?
I have none.
All right. Are there any public comments regarding the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopener articles for negotiation with the Apple Valley Unified School District? Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association reopener articles for negotiation with the Apple Valley Unified School District at 10:06. We will now conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. I now open the public hearing at 10:06 regarding the Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association.
Don't know if I need to repeat any of what I said earlier. This is just round two for the next group.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the board regarding the Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association?
I have none.
No.
Are there any public comments regarding the Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association?
I have received none.
Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for the Apple Valley Unified School District reopener articles for negotiations with Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association at 10:07. Okay, we're going to move on to the discussion action session. Item 1 is to mutually agree on no more than 6 candidates for the 2026 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly for Subregion 16B. I did want to say, so 5 of the 6 on here are incumbents, but I did want to share some information that was sent to me by another delegate.
You need to vote you first. Do we need to vote?
Well,
yet for
okay,
the
so can I get a
discussion?
motion that we will mutually agree on no more than 6 candidates?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it. It's okay, go.
Okay. So Mr. Perez from Fontana Unified reached out to me because Fontana was situated in a position where, because of their enrollment, they had an appointed position, and then they also had another member that had been elected. Mr. Perez was the appointed delegate, and his term would have been ready to be revoted on in 2027, his 2-year. However, because of declining enrollment, they ended up cutting that position. And so his service within the delegate assembly ended now. But he was like, there was a mix up with CSBA, he said, and so it wasn't notified until after everything had closed. So he just wanted me to pass this along to you all. You can look at it. He has been serving as a delegate, and he wanted it to be us to consider him as a write-in. So that's it.
But we already have 7 on our list.
Correct.
So if we add him, it becomes 8, right?
Well, we only choose 6.
Yeah. But
Yes,
if we
but
add
that
him,
would-
it
if
becomes
we-
8, then we have to not choose 2. Not choose additional person, correct?
Yes.
Stephanie, excuse me, Stephanie Lewis is also from Rio, and Evelyn Dominguez also from Rialto. So 3 from Rialto?
No, he's from Fontana.
Oh, okay.
2 from Rialto. And yeah, those are,
Okay.
And there's nothing that say we have to vote for the incumbents, right?
correct.
Well,
I would recommend the incumbents. I will say that as far as I can, I don't think a single incumbent on here has missed any meetings in the last 2 years, if that helps with your planning.
I would say that we at least would go with our local people, Christina Berenger, Amanda Buchanan, Tom Courtney, Cindy Gardner. I would say at least that, and I would go with your recommendation for those, since you've been on this committee, you know who is hardworking.
Scott Wyatt is as well. He actually works for the county superintendent's office as well. But I know that's not local. I'm just saying he does meet the criteria as well as what you were saying.
What do you say, Renee? Do you have an opinion?
I will go with what the board decides on this. I know a lot of you have experience and connections with and in this sort of area, so I'm just going to be watching and listening and casting my vote.
Okay. So is there a consensus at least with the 5 incumbents? Or?
I don't see a problem with the incumbents, but I also think that Stephanie Lewis is, it's already on the sheet of paper. And I hate to bump her because somebody sent in their paper to us.
Okay. There's also Evelyn Dominguez from Rialto as well.
Okay. I don't know these people. Do you know?
I do
We
not.
don't. Usually in the past, we will have some paperwork about who they are and what they stand for
It was
in the packet.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. I didn't see it. I missed
Tom
that.
Courtney is Tommy.
Oh,
That's how he filled everything out. I love it.
you guys decide.
I don't know the people other than
And we don't have to do 6, it's no more than 6, so.
And it doesn't benefit one person if we do less? Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
So right now we have 5 that are incumbents.
Is that what you would like to put forward?
I'm good with doing 5. I kind of feel like we need to do 6 because it tells us we can do 6, but I'm okay with 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but everybody needs to make a decision.
He is an incumbent, but he's not on the list. He would have been next year.
Do you know
But
him? Did
Do
he
you
go
know
to
him?
all the meetings? Was he hardworking?
He did, and he was.
Okay,
So
we can
then
add
can
him.
add him. If
And
he's-
I don't know if you're aware of, within Fontana, they renamed the school recently, and he was kind of one of the ones that really championed behind the scenes on getting that through
Naming.
to recognize the family that originally owned the land and the property.
Oh, okay. All
So
right.
then perhaps maybe I should make a motion to approve Christina Behringer, Amanda Buchanan, Tom Courtney, Cindy Gardner, Scott Wyatt, and a write-in Adam Perez.
I'll second that. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry. Mrs. Tucker, it's late.
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Okay, thank you. Number 2, approve the agreement with the County of See, I told you, San Bernardino Probation Department to provide full-time probation officers to Apple Valley Unified School District for the 2026-2027 school year.
I'll move for that.
Second.
What did we mess up?
You didn't, but
But
when
it doesn't cost us anything.
It doesn't, and we normally have had to. There are new people that are doing the contracts with the county probation. Kylie's been in contact trying to clarify that, are they cutting us one? Are they just didn't realize we had to? They confirmed today that we will be receiving 2. You'll have a second contract that'll come to the April board meeting and still will be within the timeline. So I just wanted to let you know that we'll maintain.
All right, is there any discussion on that? Okay, we'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan? Aye. Number 3, accept and sign the AB 1200 through AB 2756, summary of proposed agreement with the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 and 2026-2027 school year.
I'll move.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll be taking a,
I do have some discussion. This is for AB 1200, correct?
Yes.
uh-huh.
To
Okay.
AB 2756.
Hmm?
1200 to 2756.
Okay, yes, I do have some questions and some notes. Questions, why did we report revenues and expenditures differently than what was listed on the BFR 13126? I believe it's listed as 260 on here, but I think the BFR 13126, it was listed like $2 million less than that, if I'm remembering correctly. Let's see. So is there a reason why we listed it?
Yeah, there were some revenue adjustments after January 31st that occurred that we thought would make the AB 1200 more accurate and more transparent.
Oh, okay, so the 260, I see it both places, right? So we see it projected district budget after settlement agreement and latest board-approved budget, which I would think that would have been 13126. But, okay, it's not the correct numbers. I am glad to see that our revenues are going up and continue to increase through 26, 27. In fact, according to this report, it appears you're projecting that we will not start dropping in revenue until 27, 28. Is this correct?
Based on current projections and that multi-year projection, I would have to say that would be a correct statement, yes.
Given the excess funds encumbered in books and supplies and services and other operating expenditures, shouldn't our deficit spending be $14 million less?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that question.
No, that's okay. Given the excess funds encumbered in books and supplies and services and other operating expenditures, shouldn't our deficit spending be $14 million less?
Excess funds encumbered in the books and supplies and services and operating expenditures in what year?
This would be in 25, 26.
Well, those are projected expenses at this point. Those will continue to be refined as we move toward estimated actuals.
Okay, so the projected spending in books and supplies being $9 million more than what is traditional spending, could you explain why we have that in there?
Most likely that's due to the posting of unearned revenue and unearned revenue programs in the expenses corresponding on the restricted side of the general fund.
Okay. Matt, are you currently projecting a roughly $12 million reserve for the 25-26 school year?
If that's what appears on the form, that would be what we're projecting, yes.
In your projections for 26-27, I noticed a approximately $7.5 million decrease in certificated and classified salaries and an approximately $4 million decrease in benefits. Is this in anticipation of the RIFs?
I would be in anticipation of attrition, RIF. Yeah.
Thank you. I was happy to see you're projecting the 24, 25 unaudited actuals, confirmed full annual cost for the Fund 7,000. I was wondering if you could continue to do this in all reports moving forward. For instance, our budget does not include the full annual cost for Fund 7,000. I believe the cost for our charter school, our pass-through funds, have not been included in that. Is there any way we can continue to do this and include?
If you're referring to the CTIG pass-through revenues, we typically do not budget for those until we receive the grant award notification because they change.
Yes, I understand. I did see that change over time, but is there any way we could just in general project it? Because
I wouldn't recommend that. It's a pass-through revenue. It doesn't have a net effect on our ending fund balance. As we get $3.8 million in pass-through revenues, we book an expense because they go right out to the member districts of the consortium.
I was just thinking for me, it might be helpful to be able to see that's an anticipated cost.
Well, we can discuss that next year during budget development.
I would like to note that this year we gave a $2.7 million raise for teachers and counselors compared to a roughly $7.3 million total raise for classified and management, though we don't know exactly until we see the AB 1200 for management. The AB 1200, I'm going to quote from the county letter right now. The AB 1200 was created to ensure the local education agencies are adequately prepared to meet their financial obligations and empowers county superintendents to provide fiscal and operational oversight to ensure fiscal solvency. This is dated February 3rd, and it's from the county. An AB 1200 for management's raise is an essential part of quote unquote fiscal and operational oversight to ensure fiscal solvency. AB 1200 provides county oversight and clarification on management raises for this board. Superintendent Nelson, why did you not move forward with an AB 1200 on management's raise for the 25-26 school year after my request in open session?
I have emailed the board the information regarding the same dollar amounts that would have been included in AB 1200. We don't typically go backward and produce a document that the county does not require us to provide. So we did it following that question. We provided you the dollar amounts by the budget area, whether it was a restricted or an unrestricted cost. So board members do have the information, and I did not direct staff to go backward and produce a document that we had not ever produced, nor is required by our county. Later in the month, after the raise had been given, FCMAT was here. They said it is a best practice. So if the board would like us to move forward with that best practice, which I think you have made very clear that is what we're going to do, in future raises, we will include an AB 1200.
I would just like to reiterate that I think it's important, in fact, quote unquote, from the county, an important part of fiscal and operational oversight to ensure fiscal solvency. So even though we may be requesting it after the fact, I do think this is an important part of our understanding as a board on what happened with our finances in all of our raises, given this year, as we look to understand our finances. So personally, from where I stand here on the dais, I would still like the AB 1200 because I think in doing so, we're fulfilling our fiduciary responsibility. We've seen it from certificated, we've seen it from classified. I personally would also like to see it from management.
I need direction from the board on that.
If I'd like to make a comment regarding this. This AB 1200 includes the costs for the classified settlement, management settlement, and the item 4, which is next, the tentative agreement for the teachers. So those costs are all incorporated in this AB 1200 and are all reflected in the multi-year projection attached to the second interim financial statements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schulenberg. I saw that. I would just like to also see that breakdown if possible. There is an approximately $9 million excess funds encumbered in books and supplies when comparing 25-26 to subsequent years. And roughly $4 million excess in services and other operating expenditures, and $2 million in salary and benefits. Inaccuracy in projecting revenue result in inaccuracies of projected expenditures, as money comes in and gets shuffled into categories not spent or spent at whim, all while keeping the board in the fog. At this point in time, I would like to reference AB 1200, dated 4/10/25, as evidence of this. We see the first subsequent year 25-26 versus now AB 1200, current fiscal year 25-26. And we see a difference. So from the AB 1200 4/10/25, this was a projection of where actually we are now, AB 1200 25-26. Revenues, there's a difference of $15 million. It's gone up. Expenditures, $11 million from projected to current day. Certificated salaries, roughly $4 million. Classified salaries, roughly $7 million. Benefits, roughly $6 million. Difference. Instructional supplies, roughly $9 million. Contracted services, roughly $5 million. For object codes 1,000 through 7,000 total, a $16 million difference from projection to current day. Sometimes we have a chance to be able to look back, and this is one of those instances we can look back, and then we look to now to see how it turned out. We are $16 million off. For a year now, I've noted the excess funds placed in categorical funds, noted it when books and supplies went up to $33 million in the budget financial report dated 9/30/25, confirmed it with Mr. Schulenberg, with him acknowledging the rollover of previously allocated and unspent funds. I asked for an accounting before we entered fact-finding and was told I could have it in March. Well, here it is in black and white. At least $9 million is currently encumbered in books and supplies with no intention of spending the same for 2 subsequent years. Mr. Schulenberg, you say you can't move funds, but here you've done just that. This resulted in a glowing projection of our finances. If you like these numbers, imagine if we added another $6 million for the excess in funds spread across the remaining categories. In the future, we need a more accurate information so that we can direct this administration to offer comparable wages and look to balance staff by considering positions far away from the classroom and school sites. We must take any steps to move forward in full honesty and transparency in hope of healing and a way forward.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
The numbers are not accurate, so I vote no.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye.
Just so that I'm clear, we are voting on item number 3, that is to
Just
accept,
to accept and
accept the sign,
Correct.
what the teachers want from, what we have to do for teachers, 25, 20, 26, and 26, 27. So we're accepting because the teachers are aware of it, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's it.
Okay, so it is 10:30.
I'm sorry, excuse me, President Buchanan, can I address that question real quick?
Give me 1 second because our board policy states that before we exceed 10:30, we need to vote to extend the meeting.
Yes, thank you.
So per board bylaw 9323, meeting conduct, I need someone to make a motion.
I make a motion that we extend 30 more minutes.
Okay. So not to exceed 11 PM. So we need, yeah, we can work as together here and.
Could
get
we
through the
make
rest
it
of this.
11:30 just in case, so that we don't have to stop at 11 if we're not done? I mean, we can shoot for 11 or sooner.
It's up to you.
You already have the motion on the floor.
All right, I'll second the motion of 11. Roll call vote, Mrs. Longshore.
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker.
Aye.
Ms. Akpara.
Aye.
And I will be aye. Okay, your question.
Yes, thank you, President Buchanan. So to address the question about passing it, and it's passing what the teachers are asking for, it includes new numbers in it too. And as we look at the second interim, Ms. Akpara, we have to consider that when we pass things like this, as a board, we're approving those numbers. So however they are, if we choose to vote yes and approve it, we're approving those numbers as they appear in the report. Thank you.
Actually, this particular disclosure is merely a disclosure. You're not approving the numbers in the multi-year projection. That's part of the second interim financial statements. This, we're merely saying that we disclosed the projected costs of the agreement with the AVUTA moving forward and the impact on the financial statements.
Yes, thank you. That is why I referenced the second interim report in my answer.
All right. Item 4, approve the tentative agreement dated February 17th, 2026, and the successor contract between Apple Valley Unified School District and Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Period of agreement, July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028.
I'll move.
Second.
Can I say a few things about that now that the motion is there? I just want to point out that, I recognize, some of the tone in the room that we've been experiencing, but this tentative agreement, in light of what it took to get there, truly is a celebration. And I don't want to discount that or remove that from the work that the team did Steve, Jeremiah, and the people they brought together. This came to solution or final solution, I would say, on it was February 12th during our fact finding. There's a 2-page agreement that was signed by both lead negotiators. I know we put copies of it out there. It was mentioned not part of this. All the content from that, in terms of how it impacts Article 19 and all that, you'll see it in the red letters. It's disclosed. But in conversation today with Brian Todd, we were talking about the ability to even bring more light to it, bring more exposure to just the little 2-pager. And what I'd shared with them is, he suggested we have the copies out here, which we did. But I'd like to bring it back forward just as a standalone item on the next board meeting, just again as I guess you'd say more concise on what happened that day on the 12th, even though the majors, movers, and shakers are part of what you're voting on now. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Any other discussion? All right. I'll call for the vote. Mrs.
Wait,
Longshore?
is this on number 4?
Yes.
Okay. In light of the fact that we have not been properly informed, and given our current financial projections, in hope of mending bridges, reinstilling trust, and providing the best education for our students, I move that we reject this tentative agreement with our certificated staff so we can consider returning to the table now fully informed. Let us take steps to correct this.
Okay. So we currently have a motion made by Ms. Okpara and seconded by Ms. Tucker to approve the tentative agreement. So how do you vote, Mrs. Longshore?
No.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
And Ms. Buchanan, aye. Item number 5, approve the district's reopeners for negotiations between the Apple Valley Unified School District, AVUSD, and the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUTA.
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we will take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Item 6, approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed.
So moved.
A second.
Any discussion? We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Item number 7, approve the recommendations for requested leave as noted. I'll make the motion.
A second.
Any discussion? We'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Number 8, I'd like to approve or make the motion to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on EXP number 14, 2025-26 through EXP number 16, 2025-26, expulsion case STIP number 2, 2025-26 through expulsion case STIP number 4, 2025-26, and vacate EXP number 7, 2025-26. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye.
Do we move on or do we take a break?
We have to wait because we don't have enough.
Okay. We're going to take a break for a second. We are at item number 9. Approve the second interim financial reports reflecting a positive certification for the period ending January 31st, 2026, and approve the expenditure reduction plan for 2025-26 and 26-27. So moved. Need a second.
Second.
All right. Mr. Schulenberg.
Thank you. You, of course, had the slide deck Friday when the agenda was posted, so I'll go through it in the interest of time. Again, this is second interim. It's one of the 2 required interim reportings each fiscal year. Just to point out, as I mentioned previously, this does include the adjustments made after January 31st in the projected year totals for the tentative agreement that was approved with AVUTA just earlier this evening. 3 certifications are possible. The recommendation at second interim is that we file a positive certification based on the assumptions that we have as of January 31st and into February. We are projecting that we will meet our minimum reserve and our financial obligations in the current and subsequent 2 years. And again, that's just some information about some of the data that's used. And of course, this presentation will focus on Fund 01, the general fund, because solvency is based solely on Fund 01 and the restricted ending fund balance within Fund 1. So budget detail. We adjusted our ADA when we got to second interim. Our first ADA reporting period in December showed some promise. So our ADA is now funded. Our projected ADA for this year is 12,609 for our P2 reporting. So we're utilizing that in our LCFF calculator. That unfortunately is going to be our projected funded ADA for next year as we continue to project a slight decline and also a reduction in the COLA next year. So we're dealing with that. And then our projected at 12,574, you see there in 27-28 is the 3 prior year average, which is the other means to calculate funded ADA. And we're projecting consistent TK ADA. Of course, this was the first year that was a full grade level, so we'll have a lot more information in August when all the little 3- and 4-year-olds show up for our TK program throughout our district. COLA between budget adoption and first interim was not adjusted, but with the governor's January proposal, they adjusted the COLA in 26-27 down about 61 basis points to 2.41% and adjusted the 27-28 COLA down 36 basis points from 3.42 to 3.06. And of course, the next adjustment is going to come with the May revision. We'll now have the final data points for the statutory COLA for 26-27. Of course, the legislature always has the ability to fund over or under the statutory COLA, but the governor in his budget proposal did propose to fund the statutory COLA for 26-27. So that's just breakdown of our LCF revenue in the current year with the 12,609 funded. You'll see each of the grade span ADAs there in the components of the LCFF calculator, what flows to us under the base grant, the grade span adjustments in TK 3912, the supplemental concentration, and of course, transportation. And the transitional kinder add-on there is based on a per ADA allocation based on the transitional kinder ADA. Federal revenue, again, that's restricted revenues, 13.6 million in the budget for the current year. That breaks it down into the major federal programs. Again, this includes carryover from the prior year. And again, these are unearned revenue programs. We have to spend it to earn it. So you'll see between now and unaudited actuals that 13.6 million will change. Most likely it will go down because we will not spend all 13.6 million in federal revenue. So when we close the books, we have to adjust our revenue down to actual spending, so the expenditures and the revenue balance in those unearned revenue programs. State revenue, we have some unrestricted and some restricted. You'll see the major components there. Most of it comes restricted. Projected expenditures, of course, in 25-26, we have included all negotiated settlements and the very recently approved tentative agreement with AVUTA in the second interim financial statements. To address our expenditure reduction plan based on the board resolution approved January 22nd, attached to the packet, the expenditure reduction plan slides were included in this presentation, but I also pulled them out as a separate slide deck attached to the item so you could look at those easier. In the current year, the board direction was to cut at least 2.5 million in ongoing expenditures. We did clean up some vacant positions. We either placed those on admin hold, which does eliminate the budget for those positions, or we did lay off some vacancies. We were able to reduce unrestricted expenditures in the 4,000s and 5,000s. Again, I'm sorry I didn't put it up there. The 4,000s is books and supplies. The 5,000s is services and other operating expenditures. What happened? Okay. This slide, we are also able to facilitate some position funding changes. We did not adjust any into short-term or one-time. We adjusted some unrestricted general fund staffing into some ongoing restricted categorical programs. You'll see the Prop 28 routine restricted maintenance and ELOP being those programs. So we were able to achieve just under 3 million in ongoing expenditure reductions within the 25-26 budget. It's just some detailed expenditures. You'll see that's the unrestricted 4,000s there, about 5.6 million in unrestricted. That's what current is allocated for spending. Again, as we move to estimated actuals, those numbers will be refined based on actual spending. possible orders that have been ordered that won't come until next year. There's a lot of variables. Some of this is district-held money, but the majority of it is, actually, I won't say majority. Some is district-held, some is site-held principal discretionary funds. That's the 5,000s. What's currently budgeted to be spent on the unrestricted side of the 5,000s? Again, as we move toward estimated actuals, those numbers will be refined to actuals and projected. And as we close purchase orders that may have been encumbered for 100,000, we only spent 90. That adjusts our expenditures to match actual. There's our 6,000s on the unrestricted side. Now the restricted, same object codes, of course. Actually, on down at the bottom there, we are assuming expensing available restricted resources with the exception of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant allocation we received this year, approximately $967,000. We have no expenses tied to that because we currently do not have a plan. Mr. Schlosser is working with our district advisory committee to get a plan in place within our LCAP. Those funds, we are planning to expense those funds next year according to the plan that will be approved as part of our LCAP. So there's our 4,000s, our projected year totals currently. Restricted, many unearned revenue programs, where when we post the unearned revenue carryover revenue, we have to post corresponding expenditures in those unearned revenue programs because they are required to balance. Same in the 5s, planned expenses, all restricted resources, and the 6s. Again, all restricted resources. So as we move into next year, LCFF revenue, again, there's the 12,609, same funded. That's our current year projected P2ADA. With that 2.41% COLA, the components of the LCFF calculator total 195 rather than 190, so it is an increase. You'll see it comes across all those: base grant, grade span adjustment, supplemental concentration, and as pieces of the LCFF. Federal revenue, we're back to a fairly normalized level of federal revenue. We have to take out all the carryover revenue that was posted in the current year. So we're back to about 10.7. We did get guidance from the county that the Fed budget for 26-27, we're looking pretty good in terms of the federal program. 27-28 does bring about more questions at the federal level, but it appears that we're in good shape for 26-27 with our federal program revenue. State revenue are unrestricted. Restricted, you can see some of the detail there. One of the things I would like to point out under the restricted, we do take out the carryover. We take out the one-time program revenues received in the prior year, which is the year we're in right now. We are assuming receipt of the proposed discretionary block grant from January. Based on how the governor proposed it, school services estimated that around $500 per ADA. So we're estimating about $6.4 million. No expenses currently assigned. There is word that may change, will change. There's thoughts it may go up. There's thoughts there may be a different allocation method. We'll find out more in May. We'll be able to more accurately budget the expected revenue in 26-27. We did not include the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant full restoration that the governor proposed in January. What he did is he proposed to take 2 years worth of allocation and pay it all in 26-27. We got the first year's allocation this year, and he proposed to take 26-27 and lump it into next year. But we are not assuming that. We will find out more in May, and when we have knowledge of how that's going to work, we of course will incorporate it into our budget. Expenditures, again, including all of our negotiated settlements in the out years, STRS and PERS rates, you see them there. Of course, we also include step and column for all employees. As part of our expenditure reduction plan into 26-27, the board resolution directed expenditure reductions of at least $7.5 million of unrestricted ongoing expenditures. So we were able to capture about $7.95 million currently projected, and you see the detail there based on the different groups. that we're projecting currently into 26-27, reducing salaries and benefits. We also reduced budgeted expenditures in the 4,000s, unrestricted resources to tune about 850,000. So we're recognizing about 8.8 million in ongoing unrestricted resource expenditure reductions in 26-27 in our second interim financial statements and multi-year projection. So those two total together for the expenditure reduction plan. I would like to point out also that budget adjustments in the current year will continue to occur as we approach estimated actuals and budget development, and any additional board action related to or subsequent to second interim may of course impact the district financial statements. Of course, if any unknown expenditures come up, those also impact, and if we don't spend to levels of budget, either in unrestricted or restricted, those also will impact the budget as we move towards estimated actuals in our budget development for next year. So 27-28, second subsequent year out. If you guys know what's going to happen in that year, let me know. I don't, but we project based on what we know today, which will change. 10.7 on the federal side, restricted, very consistent with 26-27 and consistent with federal revenue allocations. Again, this can be in question in 27-28 when we get there based on the current administration's priorities. State revenue, unrestricted, fairly consistent, mandated cost block grant and our lottery and our restricted. We did take out the receipt of the discretionary block grant in 26-27 because that is one-time revenue, so that is not revenue we can recognize in 27-28. Expenditures, similar assumptions, all ongoing costs, step and column, stirs and PERS rates. The multi-year financial projections, this is the unrestricted general fund. You'll see in the current year, we're still projecting about an $8 million deficit. So our unrestricted ending fund balance is currently projected to be 11.1. When we get to estimated actuals, that number will be different. And when we get to unaudited actuals, that number will be different based on actual expenditures that occur, because this is budget. And you'll see it's out into 26-27 and 27-28. Even with our expenditure reduction plan in place and all of our settlements in place with all of our units through 25-26 and all ongoing and some additional agreements in 26-27, we're still projecting deficit spending a little over $2 million at this point. That will absolutely change based on the May revision, the state adopted budget, different revenues that may flow, higher or lower COLA in the LCFF. Lots of variables will affect that. And out in 27-28, we're projecting what I would call a balanced budget on the unrestricted side of the general fund. And you see the ending fund balances down there on the bottom. This is the restricted side. That ending fund balance in the current year, $967,000, that's that Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that I mentioned, the revenue we received in this year. We're not assuming any additional revenue. The excess in 26-27 of $6.4 million, that's that discretionary block grant that we're assuming receipt. That has no expenses attached to it right now. That makes up that restricted ending fund balance of $7.4 million. That Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant will need to be expensed by the end of this budget cycle. It's got a June 28 deadline. So of course, per the plan that the DAC supports into our LCAP, we'll spend that along with any other LRUBG monies we get into 26-27 based on the governor's proposal. And we're not aware of a deadline on the discretionary block grant as of yet, but I'm sure we'll have a lot more information when the governor brings his May revise to us and how those monies are going to be suggested to be spent and the spending timeline for those funds. This is merely combined. It combines the unrestricted and restricted side of the budget. And components of the ending fund balance, keep in mind our reserve is based on our unrestricted ending fund balance, not our combined. So our unrestricted ending fund balance, you'll see there, we have it listed as economic uncertainties to the tune of $8.377 million. That is our 3% required reserve. Restricted reserve is about 967. We have prepaid expenditures. Again, to remind the audience and the board, those are expenditures that were ordered or sought in the current year that aren't going to be paid until the next year. So we reserve that in the ending fund balance because we know it's going to be spent. So we have a little over 3% unrestricted ending fund balance. It pretty much is that 8.4 plus that 890,000 right underneath is, well, actually not all that 890,000. I'm sorry, the detail, some of that is some dental reserve from the trust, the final payment. Moving to 26-27, we do make our 3% at the 7693, 7.6 million there. And in 27-28, we make our 3%, but we do not make our 5% board policy in any year based on our unrestricted reserve. So of course, highlights and concerns for the future, ADA, very important. Local programmatic decisions, we're still projecting deficit spending next year with the expenditure reduction plan in place. The May revise, what's going to change? Will COLA go up? Will it go down? What will be some additional categorical program requirements? And we're waiting for the adopted budget. The governor's Prop 98 manipulations, he's proposing to under-appropriate in the current year, just like he did last year. What will come of the discretionary block grant, and of course, what will become of what is known as the LREVG. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a vote on this? Or, okay, if there's going to be discussion, then we may need to continue the meeting. Yeah, it is 11 o'clock. So what would you recommend? Well, it's 11 o'clock and we only extended to 11. And my understanding is we can only do it once.
No.
I think it's in the policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's rules about the second interim and
Yeah.
what that does to the county shuts down
So
financials. You do. You have to.
Right.
You have it open.
What happens if we just go over, or are you okay with going over? Because you're the one that wants to end, like, I mean, no, I agree. We need to start reining meetings in. They're getting very, very long. Okay, but go ahead and put your comments and then.
I'm sorry, I'm like, my brain goes, but we're not extending the meeting, so I'm not sure how
extend
we-
it. So our option is we reschedule the meeting.
Or we just keep going?
Well, I think we're going to try to get through this one, but I'm not sure we can go much further. But we do have this open. There is a motion and a second on the table.
Oh, okay. So we have time to discuss the second interim? Because I think it's important we have like information on it. So we're okay with that as a board without extending the meeting?
How many pages do you have for this one? No, 3?
3.
So we can't.
So
Yeah.
what it says in the board bylaw under meeting procedures, board bylaw 9323, is the board believes that late night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making ability, and be a burden to staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned at 10:30 p.m. unless extended to a specific time determined by a majority of the board. The meeting shall be extended no more than once and subsequently may be adjourned to a later date.
We amend our
You-
original
you
extension?
would have to, I think your safest bet would be to amend your original extension, which was a 4-0. to amend that action, the
Mhm.
previous action of the 11 o'clock.
Right. I think multiple people have brought forward that we need to make sure that we are following our board policies. So I'm hesitant to go against them.
So you can adjourn and move it to a later date.
Okay.
Matt, what does this do, since they haven't taken action on it for the county?
The second interim report is due to the county by March 15th.
Okay. It was my motion, so can I pull that?
The one on the current item
Yes, the
I-9?
open, yeah. Would that be?
You guys can make a motion and a second to table item I-9 and the rest of the agenda as is. And once decided on a date, move from item I-9 and the rest of the agenda as is to be posted within that agenda. It would all move together.
Okay. So I'll make the motion of what Kylie just said. I'm going to mess it up if I try to repeat it. She
So
nailed
it
it.
would pretty much be, you would be making a motion
Table this one
to
plus
table
the rest.
I-9 all the way through item, I believe it's, I don't want to misspeak. It would be item M4 would be the adjournment. And then you guys would then discuss a possible date. So we would know for posting and we would move everything over to that date.
All right. So can I get a second then on tabling? All right. We'll take a vote via roll call. And this is to table. Mrs. Longshore? Mrs. Longshore?
So it's to table this and everything following, correct?
Mhm, correct.
But we don't have it to a date. We'll decide that at a later date.
That would be the next thing that we do after we move out of this item.
Okay. Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
No.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Okay, and Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Okay, so we need to make sure we have this done in time to file with the county. We can look at
calendar.
Saturday morning. That way we can have it done quickly and there's time to file.
Saturday morning I have a class.
Saturday morning can work. We do have to discuss a location for the board meeting. Mr. Schlosser, we've got the Lions Club here for a health fair in A. Can we adjust and use A?
Saturday morning I have a class, so I can be.
You're talking about this Saturday? 2 days from now? Is that,
It would be a continuance of this board meeting we can
so we
post.
make the
and-
timelines? The Lions Club has asked for NPR A and B.
Okay.
Okay, so not Saturday.
I'm trying to think of another. On a Saturday, if we had to, we could, well, it's hard to stream from another location.
What time does your class end? Like what time are you done?
9 to 5.
Okay. You didn't go the whole time. We could do it.
If we do Saturday evening, I can get out of class and head out. I mean, down the hill.
Oh, you have to go down. I thought you were virtual. Okay. What time would work for you?
About 3:30, 4.
Do we know what time the Lions Club is done?
Problem is the setup.
Right. Oh, that's true.
Where you stop in to set up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
I
come
think
over
it looks
and
like they
help.
have they've asked for the space until 4.
Can we go back there and do it?
They have A and B also. They have all of it.
How much is this going to cost in having staff to do this on a Saturday? Is there going to be a cost approximation for
Yeah,
doing
because you
that?
guys are also here.
Be the same.
Yeah.
Dustin?
The staff
I'm
that
just
has to
saying,
come in
I
and
know,
stay.
I'm not really an active part, but I know I'm not here Saturday.
Okay.
I've got a
Okay.
commitment I can't get out of.
So how about Jason? He'll be here.
Is there any way we can reconsider and just power through?
We can't per our board policies.
Ms. Nelson, I am unavailable on Saturday.
That's
We've
fine. Yeah,
already moved
Saturday,
past
though.
Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
Will the association allow us to do it Tuesday?
What about Monday?
You guys can amend your end of meeting. You can amend prior board action. So you took action on the extension, and I get that you want to follow policy. But that is a possibility since we're running
Yeah,
into issues.
I just know
Mike.
that I don't want to be at a board meeting till
Right,
midnight.
it's 11:10 and.
That's ridiculous. Teachers are here, they need to go back
I
to work.
understand that people want to end on time, but I think since we're here, we should power through to the end.
And I understand that. The problem is that we have gotten into a place where there is discussion and speeches that go so long that our meetings are becoming 7 hours long. And it's like, I know we are all capable of like asking our questions earlier in the week so that we've got those answers. And then if we need to ask publicly so the public is aware, the answers are available readily and we can move through it. I will say I am not as fresh at 11:10 p.m. as I am at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. And because we have been going so late, the decisions that we make at the end are usually the important ones. My concern is, let's say we get through this one, we still have the entire consent agenda. Is there anything that's on the consent agenda that is needing to be approved on a timeline? Because if we can
President
get,
Buchanan, if I can address this concern that you brought up, that we're having late meetings, we might consider making 2 board meetings a month, just an idea. That would assure that we would get out of our meetings in a more timely fashion by being able to break up the content that we are going over at each board meeting. And it would also allow us as a board to be able to revisit things timely. Just an idea. I think with the idea of powering through tonight, it sure just seems like the more fluid idea at this time, since scheduling this late will seem to run into a lot of hiccups. I understand the concern that we might not be as fresh, but I personally, and I'll speak for myself, I feel like I could power through.
as far as the consent agenda.
The only item that I see is there is an item with an effective date as of, if it's past, the effective date on it is March 5th. It's item J5.
So can we get through the second interim financial report? And then item 5, or do you want to try to do? Mhm.
Item J5, approve the standard agreement, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, between the Apple Valley Unified School District and Department of General Services Office of Administrative Hearings. So I'll continue looking, but that one just caught my eye. Is
Okay.
the date.
I think the consent agenda goes rather quickly, if I'm remembering correctly. That's not much discussion, and we only have 2 items before that. I would prefer to just power through.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to approve the second interim financial reports reflecting a positive certification for the period ending January 31st, 2026, and approve the expenditure reduction plan for 2025-26 and 2026-27.
Isn't a motion already on the floor?
We closed it out already, so I'm reopening it.
Second.
Okay. Mrs. Longshore, the floor is yours.
So just for clarification, we're opening the second interim report, but nothing else or everything? Oh. Okay. So I do have some questions. I just need to know the payments to county offices, projected payments to county offices, 7142. Looks like it's approximately $3 million. What is this for?
I can research that.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. Would you be able to get back to me at next board meeting? If not sooner?
I believe we could.
Thank you. Another question, why are the special reserve funds approximately $10 million less than was reported on the 24-25 unaudited actuals? Have you spent these funds?
Which special reserve funds are you referring to?
That would be the special reserve fund for cafeteria, deferred maintenance, capital facilities, capital outlay projects, and bond interest and redemption fund reserves.
Yeah, I would imagine there were expenditures that occurred between last year's unaudited actuals and second interim this year.
So are you saying, Mr. Schulenberg, that we spent $10 million out of those funds total?
Well, Ms. Longshore, I didn't receive any of these questions ahead of time, so it's very hard for me to answer in detail when you don't provide these questions. You've had this since Friday, so.
I'm going to ask that
Yeah.
as we've continued to have these conversations, that our board bylaw, our handbook indicates that it is recommended that the board follow the policy and provide the questions ahead of time so staff is not put on the spot while they're sitting at the dais, which is what's causing us to extend the timeline. We are more than happy to answer the questions.
I would just like to clarify that me asking questions does not extend the timeline. It is our meeting, and it's important that I be provided with clarity. I have asked questions via email, and I do not get responses that I need, which is why I have had to bring it to public session.
If you'd let me know which questions you haven't gotten responses to, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we've spent, but you don't know exactly how much. Thank you. It is my understanding that we have not authorized any increase in spending for services and other operating expenditures so far. Is this true?
Again, I don't know the detail, and without having these questions ahead of time, it's difficult to answer.
Okay. I think, as we've gone on, I have asked specifically, are these pre-existing costs? And so that's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you for that. I wanted to touch on AE, our charter school that we grant the charter. In their second interim report, 24-25, they noted due to large contributions made by the foundation in the AAE to AAE in previous years, it is also pertinent for AVUSD to review the foundation's financial records to verify the overall financial condition of AAE. Quote unquote, AE's budget no longer appears to be continuing with the assumption that additional contributions from the foundation will be forthcoming for future expenditures. And the foundation has historically funded any shortfall of revenues. Regarding this report, a second interim report 24-25, I asked for clarification regarding this concern. Specifically, would AVUSD be financially responsible? And was told, I'm paraphrasing at this point, no, they are completely independent, funds just pass through. When FICMAT presented their findings, I also asked them, and they replied, again paraphrasing, AVUSD would be fully responsible for any financial shortcomings. You can see why it might concern me given the current financial state of our district, and I have been keeping a close eye on this as well as any payments to the county. So as I was looking at payments to district and charter schools, object code 7141, and transfer of pass-through revenues to districts or other charter schools, object code 7211. I noticed in 22-23, it was roughly $4 million for total cost for those two object codes. 23-24, roughly $4.7 million, an increase due to pass-through funds. 24-25, roughly $5.6 million. A previous average of roughly $1,000 to $3,000 for payments to district and charter schools. And it's now increased to $1.5 million. So I was just curious, and feel free to get back to me on this. What is this increase in cost to the district, specifically noted in 7141 payments to districts or charter schools? So it was previously $1,000 to $3,000. It is now $1.5 million. In our 25-26 second interim report in 7141, it tripled. So the budget was $231,000 that we were looking at this year, and now second interim, it's up to roughly $742,000. And of course, as already noted, payments to county offices continues to be projected at $3 million. Thank you, Mr. Schulenberg, for being willing to look into this and get back to me, noting the increase and the cause for it. Based on our district's history of spending over time, the already noted allocation of funds and certificated and classified salaries and benefits sufficient to cover the raise that was offered, I believe the projected numbers in the second interim report at this time to be inaccurate. Thank you.
Okay. I am going to have to take another recess, I guess, before we can vote.
We also
And
still
it's
need to amend
11:21.
that previous action, just so it's on the record.
Thought we did.
You guys, you did reopen, but I don't think you guys actually took a vote to amend the previous board action for the original extending. So I just want to make sure you guys get a chance to do that too.
All right, we're back at 11:23. We're going to be taking a vote via roll call to approve the second interim financial reports. Mrs. Longshore?
No.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan? Aye. Okay. And then I need to make a motion to amend our original extension of the meeting, which was to not exceed 11 p.m. We're now at 11:23. Can I get, anybody have a recommendation?
I would recommend that we may amend it to 12 o'clock and hopefully finish by 11:30.
Okay, I'll second. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Nay.
And Ms. Buchanan? Aye. All right, consent agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion, 1 through 21. So moved.
I would like to pull one.
Okay. Which one?
Number 1.
Okay. All right. Can I get a second?
I would
For-
like to pull, so are we going to get a second for each one that
No,
we
I
pull?
just thought I didn't hear anybody else speak up. So.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I was a little slow on the draw there. If I could pull items 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it'll be quick.
Whoa,
just
whoa,
need some-
whoa.
Oh, yes, sorry. 2, 3,
Yeah.
5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I just need some clarification on them. Thank you.
Are there any more that anyone would like to pull? All right, so we'll be taking a vote via roll call to approve number 4, 6, 7, and 13 through 21.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
Are we having discussion for?
Is there any discussion on any of those?
Okay.
No? All right, we'll be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Wait, I need clarification. We're approving 4, 6,
And the rest.
13. Aye.
Aye.
All right, and Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Mrs. Longshore, did you vote?
Yes, you did.
I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now we can take them in order if you'd like, or we can start at that end and work this way, whichever you guys would prefer.
Let's start from the top. Let's start with number 1.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, is it possible for us to have just discussion?
Yes, but can I read what I've
Okay,
written?
yeah, I just,
Okay.
it seems like we spend a lot of time just reading speeches. I was just thinking in the interest of finishing on time, but that's
Okay,
fine.
I'll
Go
be
ahead. No, no.
fast.
Yeah,
It's
go ahead.
quick.
Well, I'd just like to point out, Trustee Tucker, you have the right to read yours.
Absolutely.
Please don't feel pressured or hindered in that.
Okay, thank you. Well, this resolution asks for support for superintendent and executive cabinet. It also goes further by making generalized accusations about a fellow board member without specificity or due process, and a public resolution that references alleged misconduct without citing specific policy provisions or documented instances raises concern for me. Even when a name is not stated, it may still be clear who is being referenced, which has implications for fairness and for public trust. If this is a governance issue, then we owe it to the public and to each other to address it transparently and through the proper procedures. Vague accusations in a public resolution are neither transparent nor procedurally fair. Our governance handbook is not something we follow selectively. It is a living document that outlines the policies, procedures, and ethical standards that guide our leadership as a board. Each of us has a responsibility to uphold those standards consistently. If a board member has failed to follow policy, the appropriate course of action is to clearly identify the policy in question, outline the specific concern, and follow the corrective procedures established in our governance handbook. Unity and stability are best achieved through clarity, fairness, and adherence to process. For that reason, I cannot support language that implies wrongdoing without identifying the specific policy or conduct involved. As elected officials, we must hold ourselves to the same standards of clarity and procedural integrity that we expect through the district. I respectfully ask my colleagues that we not support this resolution so that any concerns can be addressed through the appropriate governance processes. Thank you. And those are my comments.
Thank you. All right. So I was one of two that placed this item on the agenda. And at a time when our district is facing financial challenges and difficult decisions, our employees and families deserve stable, unified leadership. Independent oversight agencies have reviewed our finances and found no misappropriation. This resolution simply reaffirms our trust in Superintendent Nelson and our commitment to professional governance. That's the purpose, and that is where I intend to keep our focus. It's listed as resolution in support of Superintendent Trinae Nelson. She is the only person named by name. And I believe this is the first step in us, as to quote Ms. Akpara, healing and moving forward. That we are all, as board members, reaffirming that our role is to support stable leadership and adhere to our governance norms.
I do not believe that we can affirm one individual while making vague accusations towards another. There's nothing specific, and I feel that's wrong. If it was something to uplift a member, that's one thing, but this uplifts and tears down someone who is unnamed, and I don't think that's transparent. I don't think it provides clarity, and I think it provides division. If you're going to start with healing, you need to start by not making accusations at an unnamed person. Let's start by uplifting people, moving towards trust, and moving towards healing. I do not think this does either.
Okay. So this resolution references a pattern of conduct that has been public and ongoing. It's not about personality, it's about governance standards. So I make the motion.
Before you do
we
that, I'm still discussing.
That's fine, but we actually shouldn't have been discussing it.
You
because there's
cannot take
not-
time to talk and then deny
there's
me
not a
my right to talk.
motion. There's not a motion. So can I just make the motion so that we can actually do the discussion correctly? Because we didn't. That is my error. We did not open it. Oh, so I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to adopt Resolution 252609 in support of Superintendent Trinae Nelson.
I'll second it. Now we can discuss it.
Floor is yours.
Bylaw 9000, role of the board, to set direction involving community, focused on student learning and achievement. To employ the superintendent, set budget priorities and parameters for negotiations. Serve as effective spokespersons. Superintendent evaluation, effectiveness of policies, monitoring student achievement. Community leadership and advocacy. Board Bylaw 9005. Learning and achievement is primary focus. Recognize and respect differences. Informed and effective leader participating in professional development. Understand collective responsibility. Board Bylaw 9010. Right to freely express their personal views, identifying when viewpoint is held by an individual board member. Exercise restraint and tact, promoting public confidence. Respectful, courteous, and professional in manner. Board Bylaw 9200. Board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group, or personal interest. Abide by the open meeting law, aka Brown Act. Board Policy 1313. Treat people with respect and expect the same in return. Employees should not be subjugated to abusive behavior, not depriving any person of their right to freedom of expression, maintaining a safe and harassment-free workplace. The AVUSD Governance Handbook, we won't even go there. This proposed resolution, which cites ongoing board support for a superintendent leading, quote unquote, the district's ongoing fiscal stability, is built on a bed of lies. AVUSD is not fiscally stable. In fact, it was October this past year that FCMAT noted we were at high risk of being fiscally insolvent. Deficit spending with poor internal controls and no board-approved plan to stop. The county's January 25-26 first interim financial report gave a qualified certification for the district's financial condition, indicating the district may not be able to meet its financial obligations in the current or subsequent 2 fiscal years. But now we are fiscally stable up to 2 years out. This is due to the 260 staff rifts and moving around of already noted but unconfirmed excess funds. Decisions of this administration have led to mass proposed layoffs, uncertainty of positions, loss of personnel, and our students fearing the worst for their most beloved site administrators, paraeducators, and security staff. We were told we had no money, but then offered roughly $5.5 million to our classified, verified in AB 1200. Total raise for management is unknown. We were not given an AB 1200, even though it was recommended by FCMAT and requested repeatedly. Our certificated staff settled for roughly $2.7 million after grueling negotiations that brought this district within a breath of a strike because it was all we had left to give. I'll say it again, $5.5 million for classified, $2.7 million for certificated, and management unknown due to lack of transparency. Teachers and counselors got the leftovers and still fall woefully short of neighboring districts. These decisions affect kids. AVUSD's difficulty attracting and retaining teachers remains. Staff members, management, classified, and certificated alike tell me it pains them to consider leaving AVUSD, but they don't feel properly supported or valued. They're afraid. Many have stood here crying, pleading for us to help. But in return, we pledge our unwavering allegiance to the captain of a ship that's struggling to stay afloat. Undying loyalty to a superintendent is not our job. We oversee and evaluate her. We are elected by the people, for the people. No matter how much we'd like to tie this mess up with a pretty bow, there is no denying it. AVUSD is broken. I will not be silent. It is times like this that we must speak all the more in hope. Franklin D. Roosevelt said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important than fear." Do you know why this reprimand of a board member is part of a resolution and not a censure? Because the eluded board member has done nothing wrong. Think about that. There is no evidence to support this, but it doesn't stop them from lashing out. Watch and take careful note. You'll see a pattern. And if it makes you feel better to shift the blame anonymously to someone who is strictly held to law and governance standards just because we're finally talking about it, please do. But attempting to create a narrative with lies is not going to fix anything. Truth and transparency are the only way out. As a board, we sat up here and listened to repeated allegations of abuse and retaliation that have instilled fear in the hearts of our employees. They somehow still found the strength to stand. And this is how we choose to respond? This is cowardice. With a yes vote on this resolution, board members are joining the ranks of oppression in AVUSD. Shame on you. And everyone who signs, tearing this district apart from the inside out.
All right, we'll call for the vote. Mrs. Longshore,
No.
Ms. Tucker,
No.
Ms. Okpara,
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan, yes. So we'll just table that and bring it
We'll
back to
table it
the
and
next
bring it
one. All right, Mrs. Tucker, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, or well, that was yours. So Ms. Longshore, 2,
I'm sorry,
3,
did we just
5,
say
8.
table that?
Yeah, we're tabling.
Yeah,
it
because we don't have a majority vote, so it will come back. It's 2-2.
Would that not mean that it fails?
No.
Because we're a board of 5.
Do you want to take 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 together or individually?
I will be asking questions individually.
Okay.
So I could take 2 and 3 together. It's on the same idea. And so I'll pair those two. I had a question. Is there a reason why we wait 2 months to approve minutes? Is there any reason why we wait 2 months to approve minutes?
I think based on the timeline, I believe it was when we were we had our October break. It was every month up to that point. Sorry, not October break. It was our Thanksgiving break. We came back from that, went directly to AEC. And while we were in AEC, I had to post an agenda. So I was out of the office for 2 weeks straight. I wasn't able to get them completed. I've got approval to move those over, and I have been playing catch up on those since. But you can look back, the pattern as of August, it was on track, and then it was holidays, and we came back from the Christmas break, went to State of the District, had 2 board meetings in January, and I'm trying my best.
Yes, no,
And we
Kylie, you're
delayed
doing
it.
a great job. I didn't mean to imply that at all, so I apologize that it came across that way. I love getting it the month out because it's hard for me to remember. So as I'm approving it, I just like to have a clearer memory. But I understand life and how that happens. So no worries at all. I appreciate the clarification. Did we want to approve those two?
No, let's just continue and
Just
finish it.
continue. Okay. For the number 5, I noted a cost of $48,000. Is this a pre-existing cost?
We have an ongoing contract with the Office of Administrative Hearing. They're a 5-year contract, so you do the contract. If you don't expend the money, it's not expended. We can't exceed $4,800 or $48,000 over the 5 years. The fact that we're doing RIFs, we will need an administrative hearing law judge that will come out of this contract. So it's recommended that we move forward for another 5-year contract.
Okay, thank you. Number 8, it looks like an anticipated cost for consultant, and I don't know if you want to put the 2 consultants together since they're similar or keep them separate. What would the board prefer?
I can answer questions on 8 and 9 in whatever order you have them.
I just wanted to confirm, so this is, would be for a contract for 3 months, correct? March through May?
That's correct.
And that is for both of these consultants, correct?
Yes, 2 different contracts. One is for 3 schools. Mr. Smith has been asked by those 3 principals to work in a variety of areas and funding sources, whereas Mr. Montgomery has been asked only by HDPA.
Great, thank you. It looks like a total cost of about $37,500. For these 2, I just want to make it a point that I know it was noted by someone in the audience, but it does not sit well with me either to be riffing staff and hiring consultants. It's not falling comfortably on me right now. Number 10, approved service agreement with Life Signs. Will this be a new cost? I know it's the American Sign Language. Thank you for being so responsive to the parent who requested that.
This is a new cost, but we already had a contract with another company, so this will replace that and the charges that we were having for that.
Okay, thank you. And number 11, 60,000 to 90,000 for UPS equipment and maintenance. Will this be a new cost?
Yes, this is battery backups for our system that we're just very thankful that we can get E-rate to pay for a good chunk of this. But yes, it will be a new cost that happens every 7 to 10 years, I think.
Okay. And
This
number,
one, yeah, they went 14 years this time, but yeah.
and number 12, authorization to issue notice of intent to award. Will this also be a new cost? And if so, how much?
Mr. Buchanan will make his way.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. He's getting the
Thank you.
steps
I
in.
appreciate you helping me.
So our existing licenses expire in next year, and so this is for all of our switches to keep the network running. And so this is to extend those licenses for 3 more years.
Thank you so
And
much.
E-rate pays 85% of the cost.
Okay, thank you so much. My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to make the motion that can I put them all together? Would anybody have you want me to do them separate?
If you could do 8
Okay.
and 9 separate.
All right. Consent item number 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12. I motion we approve.
And 5.
Oh, I missed. Yep, see, 5. Happens when I'm late.
I move.
Okay.
Did
I'll
you say
second.
12?
Yes.
Or actually, you would be the second because I think I motioned.
Okay.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. All right. And motion to approve consent item number 8.
And 9.
I think, do you want those together or do you want those separate?
For me, they could go together, so it's the pleasure of the board.
8 and 9 then. I'll make the motion.
So moved?
Yeah. I was waiting for a second.
Oh, second?
Okay. We'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
In light of our current riffs, no.
Mrs. Tucker,
I vote yes.
Ms. Akpara,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Kylie, did we hit all of them? Okay. I was pretty sure, but. All right, closing items, future items. Do any members of the board have any future items? The next regular board meeting will be Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, approximately 5 p.m. at the ESC.
I would like to add AB 1200, an AB 1200 for management to a future item.
Are you talking about doing one from the past? Because they've said they will do it from this point forward.
Yes, so I'm referring to the raise we gave this year to provide clarity and fiscal oversight.
I don't need that because we've got all the numbers from what we would have gotten. And I would hate to make that department go back and recreate or create something that was never created in the first place. But
I would like
We
to
have
just
two
note that
others.
the numbers are off according to the data the district has given us.
Okay. Ms. Akbara, do you want,
I don't have anything to
do you want the AB 1200 for management?
go backwards or go move
Backwards.
forward? No, I don't want to go backward anymore.
Okay. And Mrs. Tucker?
Need to start moving forward.
I think it would be nice to have, but I don't want to make extra work for our staff if we have the figures. So that would be a no.
Is there any other future items anybody would like?
I would like to, Kian has come and talked to us so much. I would like to propose we add a discussion item, information discussion item for SB 328, and any potential movement we can make in considering the start times for our high schoolers, just so we can better understand the impact it might have on our district, and so we can get our wheels turning on it. He's stood up here and spoken so eloquently. I want to make sure that we're respecting his call for information.
We had a presentation already, correct? Yes. Okay. Do you need another presentation?
Did we have a presentation
We've had it before.
for a detailed, like considering what he said, like adjusting the times as we were looking to adjust our district times?
Well, we've had the presentation here for us as a district to tell us what it entails. And, right now, and I'm following it on social media because obviously somebody put it out there. And I think one of the things that we as a board need to make a decision that we have, as a district, had the start time for our schools for years and years and years. And, because one child cannot get up, and your children get to school on time, right? They don't have an issue with getting up to school. I have 5 children that went through school in Apple Valley, and they went to school on time. They were there. And the problem that I keep hearing is that everybody has ideas about what they're supposed to do with, start time. We have heard from people from other districts that have had it, and they say it didn't change anything. It did not change. The only thing it changed was that the kids were coming in later and later and later. But we keep forgetting that we are servicing not just the kids. We have adults who work here. So if we begin to start school at 8:30 and then we end school at 4, we keep forgetting that we have employees who have to do their medical, who have to go to banking, who have to do all kinds of things. Now we have paused them, and they cannot get to those locations, and those locations are not open for them on Saturday or Sunday. So as we begin to have this conversation and cater to one kid, I just want to be sure that we have the understanding that we, as a district, we have worked on this for so long. And yeah, rural school issues, it was a law. It was something that was put out. But they normed it on a district that is not even in the state of, in this area. So I'm not willing to have any further conversation about this. I think every child, the children who are making it to school are making it to school, they're not complaining. And we need to cut it off and just say, you know what? This is how it's going to be. The school's going to start on time and we're going to end on time because we have events that our children have to go to. And if we cannot allow our kids to get the access to go to those events because we are dealing with, we have to start school at 9 o'clock or 8:30 or whatever the time is, then we are shorting our children for whatever society. Are we going to say to a child that graduates from Apple Valley and he wants to go get a job and his employer says you have to be here at 7:30, well, that's not the right time. I need to be here at 9 o'clock. That's not how it is. So we're preparing them for the real world. The real world says when the employer wants you to come in on time, you better be there on time if you want to be paid. And I'm tired of dancing around this one issue when we have to solve it. We have high school teachers. They are there 30 minutes before kids, and they're there 30 minutes after kids. And now you want them to be there. And let's keep in mind that when school gets out in the fall, it gets out at night. 4 o'clock is already dark. Is that when we want the kids who are living, let's say, about the Marianas, and there are no street lights, and we're going to drop them off, and then they walk up the desert in the dark? We need to think beyond what this child is saying to us. And I've had enough. I've had enough of hearing this conversation, and I think we need to be, as a district, and make our decisions and say, we are not doing it. If you guys choose to do it, then you are harming your teachers who need to go and do banking, who need to go to medical, who need to do all kinds of things. You're harming them because 1 or 2 children do not like to get up in the morning and go to school. I'm offended by this whole thing because we keep having this conversation. We need to cut it off and just say, draw a line and just say, we are the adults. We need to say, get to school on time. That's it.
I'd like to point out that in considering this, we're not just catering to one kid based on the research. We would be considering the health and welfare of all our children, which I believe is why we're here. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else for future items? All right. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, I adjourn this meeting at 11:55 p.m.